Hey everyone, welcome back to Installation 00, and this is the Mythos Supercut. Now, for those of you who might not be aware, Halo Mythos is a book that chronicles the events from the darkest, most distant days in the past to events happening more or less in the quote-unquote present day within the Halo universe. The book is very hard to come by nowadays, so I took it upon myself a good while ago to start doing a narrative reading of each entry of Halo Mythos, explored and expanded in video format. Well, that series, after 30 episodes, is now completed. So, the only logical thing to do now is to edit every single one of those 30 episodes into a singular supercut for your extended enjoyment. I've done the best I can, bearing in mind that this video series stretched over about 2 or 3 years, to iron out some of the inconsistencies in the editing and sound levels and just the general production quality, so to speak, of the series as it's evolved over time. I now am relatively comfortable with the level of consistency that I've managed to achieve here, so without rambling on about it, here is the entire book of Halo Mythos cover to cover, explored in narrative video format. And be sure to pop into the comments down below if there's a book you'd like me to cover next. But for now, I present to you Halo Mythos. The earliest records of civilization in the Milky Way speak of the precursors. These godlike beings are believed to have created other sentient races before departing the galaxy, leaving behind only faint traces of their existence scattered across distant worlds. Long after the precursors' exodus, where knowledge of their kind had nearly passed out of memory, one of the races they created, the Forerunners, managed to achieve extraordinary things on their own, including interstellar travel through a dimension known as slipspace, and even the ability to create artificial worlds. The Forerunners' way of life revolved around a philosophy inherited from the precursors. This was known as the Mantle of Responsibility. They believed that the galaxy, and specifically life in all its forms, must be protected by the most advanced of sentient species. Those who bore the mantle were charged with governing and caring for all life in the galaxy. But such power made the Forerunners arrogant. The Forerunners' pride would not go unchecked. They would soon be judged by the precursors, who did not approve of their brash claim to the mantle. The precursors planned to wipe out the Forerunner race, strip the mantle from them, and give it to another species deemed worthy. The Forerunners discovered this harrowing information on a fortuitous expedition to the Greater Magellanic Cloud, a neighbouring galaxy also known as Path Chthona, where they encountered their creators. The Forerunner leadership was determined to prevent this fate. They struck at the precursors with the largest military campaign ever witnessed. Only a fraction of their warriors returned, and for millennia, the outcome of the conflict was kept a secret. This was not the last the Forerunners would hear of the precursors. Their makers had left something behind, a dreadful creature known as the Primordial. Ancient humans, another of the races created by the precursors, recovered this creature from a small moon in a distant arm of the Milky Way, alive, but in deep hibernation. What the humans did not know was that the Primordial was, in fact, the last of the precursors, evolved and mutated in order to survive the vast passage of time, and to exact vengeance on those who had destroyed its kind. After the extermination of the Precursors, the Forerunners dominated the galaxy for millions of years, attaining technological superiority over all others, including ancient humankind. Their galaxy-spanning authority and power would eventually clash with the humans when an ancient enemy emerged from the darkness outside the Milky Way. The Forerunner Empire was known as the Ecumene, and at its peak was comprised of approximately 3 million habitable worlds. The centerpiece of their empire was the capital, an immense and majestic artificial world which the Forerunners called Maethrillian. At the center of Forerunner culture, meanwhile, was the Domain, a vast, immaterial database where all history, knowledge, and even life experiences were stored. The nature and origin of the Domain was a mystery to the Forerunners, though some believed that it had been left behind by the Precursors. Forerunners were divided into a variety of castes or rates, which defined their role in society. A combination of genetic engineering and biochemical manipulation gave each rate a distinctive appearance, and promotion was often accompanied by a physical mutation. Outside the borders of the Ecumene, 2 species, humanity and the Sanshayum, had already expanded well beyond their own respective cradle worlds, establishing colonies across their parts of the galaxy. Humans had evolved on Earth, which the Forerunners called Erd Tyrene, while the Sanshayum had sprung up on Janjur Korm, both lush and fertile planets. Eventually, these 2 species came in contact with each other and formed an alliance, centered on a world called Charum Hakkor. It blossomed and grew at a remarkable pace. The long peace would not last forever. A mysterious, ravenous parasite known as the Flood emerged on human and Sanshayum worlds, forcing them into a desperate fight against annihilation. Insidious in design, the Flood began as virulent but seemingly harmless spores. The spores eventually began targeting sentient species, completely taking over their minds and bodies and mutating them into horrifically malformed creatures that were capable of directly infecting others. It consumed its prey with such speed and ferocity that entire worlds and civilizations were brought to ruin in mere days. If the parasite could not be contained, it would lead to the transformation of all sentient life into the Flood. At the height of the war against the Flood, humans and the Sanshayum brought their military forces together under the leadership of a human named Fourth Hencho. This master tactician was given the title Lord of Admirals. Although both species fought bravely for years, the Flood spread seemed unstoppable, and Fourth Hencho spearheaded desperate efforts to contain the enemy. Without sentient beings to infect, the Flood could not expand. Fourth Hencho therefore ordered the destruction of neighbouring Forerunner worlds. This firebreak strategy was not only ethically dubious, but also risky. Destroying worlds in the path of the Flood's advance would eventually rouse the Forerunner war machine from its slumber. Tragically, the Forerunners were unaware of the human struggle against the Flood. To them, the destruction of their worlds was an unprovoked atrocity. They marshalled an enormous fleet in order to put an end to humanity's rampage, Leading the might of the Forerunner forces was the esteemed military commander Shadow of Sundered Star, known to most simply as the Didact. Both the Didact and his wife, the Librarian, would come to play key roles in the Forerunners' engagement with the human species, ultimately setting the stage for a far greater struggle. The Forerunners struck worlds with overwhelming firepower. The humans and their Sanshaim allies were soon forced back to a handful of sites which had remained free of the Flood. After decades of war, the Didact launched a final attack against Charum Hakkor, last of the human strongholds. The long siege would last 3 years and exhaust all that remained of 4th Hencho's once vast military. In the end, however, it was a secret deal between the Forerunners and the Sanshaim that ultimately sealed the fate of humankind. The Sanshaim reluctantly agreed to subjugation and quarantine rather than extinction. They betrayed their alliance with the humans and allowed the security of Charum Hakkor to be breached. Shortly after, the Didact forced 4th Hencho's surrender, bringing an end to the brutal conflict. Only after the war did the Forerunners learn that humanity was also engaged in a struggle against the Flood. At some point during the war, the parasite mysteriously vanished, presumably fleeing into the outer reaches of the galaxy. This left the Forerunners with grave questions. Even after the Didact and his warriors had thoroughly crushed the human forces at Charum Hakkor, the Forerunners wavered on whether to completely purge their enemies from the galaxy, especially given that most believed the sudden departure of the Flood had somehow been caused by the humans. Ultimately, in order to uphold the principles of the Mantle, the Council sentenced humanity to be devolved, reduced to a primitive state with little knowledge of their former glory, and landlocked back onto their native world, Erd-Tyrene. However, 4th Hencho, along with many other humans stationed on Charum Hakkor, were subjected to the Composer, a powerful Forerunner technology that transformed living beings into raw data. The Forerunners had designed the Composer as a way to cheat disease and death, copying their essences into younger bodies. This process, however, was never perfected. Attempts to integrate these composed essences into new bodies only resulted in disturbing abominations. In the light of this, the Forerunners had, for the most part, abandoned this effort until the technology could be more refined. Despite this limitation, the Forerunners surgically employed a network of composers to draw out the essences of humans on Charum Hakkor. These essences would be locked away to be analysed and studied, as the Forerunners hoped to determine if the humans had discovered a cure to the Flood. The Librarian, meanwhile, secretly integrated some of these essences into devolved humans on Erd-Tyrene. Leaving their species to evolve on their own world might reveal the cure over time and aid the Forerunners, were the Flood ever to return to the Milky Way. The Didact's elite Promethean warriors assaulted Charum Hakkor for 3 years with little success. Without the Sanshaim treachery, the deadlock might have remained indefinitely due to the planet's unique defences. Charum Hakkor was believed to be an artificial precursor hubworld. The planet had been constructed using neural physical techniques millions of years before the war. This mysterious technology had been mastered by the precursors, allowing them to create vast structures, even machines, capable of moving entire worlds. Charum Hakkor itself boasted a colossal armory, orbital arches, and immense cable-like mechanisms called star roads. Convinced that the Flood would return one day, many Forerunners insisted that preparations must be made if they did not want to face the same peril as the humans. A number of proposals were considered by the Forerunner leadership, but in the end, the Council decided in favour of an incredibly powerful and destructive weapon known as Halo. During the early debates, the Didact, belonging to the rate of Warrior Servant, advocated the use of shield worlds, also known as shields. Hundreds of unique and powerful fortresses of varying size and potential which would guard against the flood. These shields could be deployed to infected systems, surgically targeting the parasite wherever it appeared, while also safeguarding massive populations which had taken shelter inside them. The rate of the Builders, led by Faber of Will and Might, also known as the Master Builder, offered an alternative. According to human records, the Flood was vulnerable to a specific neural physical attack, which often forced it to recoil, even retreat. The Master Builder, therefore, proposed the creation of a neural physical weapon system. Eventually, a compromise was struck. The Builders agreed to construct the Didact shields while simultaneously perfecting their design for a master weapon called Halo. An array of Halo installations would not only kill the Flood, but could also destroy its primary resource, sentient beings, eliminating any possibility for the parasite to survive. Halo and the shields could be used in tandem. Halo would be the sword, while the Didact's own fortresses would act as the shields, even protecting against the destructive effects of the Halo itself. To direct these efforts, the most powerful artificial intelligence ever devised was created: Mendicant Bias. This AI, or Ancilla, would manage the incredible complexity of planning for Halo, and would also serve as a weapon against the Flood, leading and coordinating attacks. Built on a remote and unimaginably huge facility called the Ark, the Halo installations were designed as immense ring worlds, approximately 30,000 kilometers in diameter, and capable of supporting life on the interior of their massive bands. Using a network of phase pulse generators, each Halo would fire a linear, widening burst of energy, capable of killing all sentient creatures within its blast range. Though the Flood parasite might be able to survive this in its base forms, it would no longer have any hosts to feed on, and would perish from starvation. During the elaborate construction process of the first installations, the Builders realized that not only would the original rings be extremely difficult to transport due to their size, but their firing mechanism would not be nearly as effective as was needed. With this in mind, the Builders created a smaller Ark installation, the Lesser Ark, to design more efficient Halo rings, about 10,000 kilometers in diameter. The new Halo rings would be capable of firing a spherical pulse, offering a devastatingly wide area of effect. The Didact and his warriors still held great reservations about the Halo array, claiming that it risked the complete annihilation of the Forerunner civilization. Their vocal opposition eventually led to public ridicule. The warrior servants were reduced in status, and the Didact voluntarily sentenced himself to exile. He sealed himself inside a hidden stasis chamber, or cryptum, where he remained in silent meditation for 1,000 years. When he awoke, however, it would be to a far darker future. The Didact's wife, the librarian, a member of the Rate of Life Workers, was meanwhile making her own plans. She also believed that if the Halo installations were ever to be fired, they could cause a galaxy-wide mass extinction. The librarian therefore devised the conservation measure. Sample populations of species would be preserved on the Ark and the Halo rings, sheltered from the blast, and sentient life would continue in the galaxy. The greatest disaster of the Forerunner's war against the Flood was not caused by the parasite itself, but by Mendicant Bias. Compromised and subverted in the final years by the Primordial, the Ancilla would lead the Flood's last campaign against the Forerunners. While the Didact remained in exile, the Flood began to re-emerge on remote worlds. Before long, the parasite had already started to tear its way towards the heart of the Forerunner civilization, annihilating all conventional military defences in its path. With each passing day, the threat of the parasite loomed larger. In response to the growing infestation, the Master Builder accelerated his plans, giving complete operational control of the larger Halo installations to Mendicant Bias. Desperate to prove his genius, he secretly ordered the Ancilla to test a single Halo on the now abandoned world of Charum Hakkor, hoping to confirm the effect Halo had on neural physical material found on the ancient precursor hub world. If it could obliterate the structures there, then it would be effective against the Flood, since the parasite had been found to rely on this material to exist. As the Master Builder anticipated, Halo devastated Charum Hakkor, wiping out its enormous precursor structures and ancient cities, a perfect weapon against the Flood. Surveying the destruction, however, Builder Security discovered something remarkable. Something was still alive on the surface. The Primordial. A creature which had been discovered and quarantined by human forces millennia before, and had been released from its prison by the blast. The formidable creature was retrieved and transferred onto the Halo, where the Master Builder gave Mendicant Bias complete authority over the interrogation. Recognizing that it had a connection with the Flood, the Ancilla probed deep into the mind of the Primordial for 43 years, searching for some sort of weakness. Yet, in reality, the tables had slowly turned. The Ancilla itself came under the Primordial sway. Instead of finding fault with the ancient creature's arguments, Mendicant Bias began to agree, acknowledging that the Forerunner's pride and arrogance would eventually be the undoing of all life in the galaxy. The Primordial held that the only way to truly advance life was to bring it all into a homogenized, subjugated existence. Deeply compromised, and now fully convinced that the Flood was an appropriate and fair judgment on the Forerunners, Mendicant Bias and the Primordial began to work together on the Halo to bring an end to Forerunner civilization. The emerging Flood had developed a series of forms which allowed for remarkably quick propagation. Beginning with an infection form, the Flood would infect any viable hosts, generating combat forms which could be used to attack and subdue further victims. These combat forms would eventually become mature carrier forms, gestating and then releasing more infection forms. A young Forerunner named Bornsteller Makes Eternal Lasting was sent by his father to the barren world of Idum as punishment for a stubborn refusal to conform to the standards of his family. Idum, later known to humans as Mars, did little to cure Bornsteller of his insatiable curiosity. Hungry for adventure and the possibility of discovering Forerunner treasures, he headed for Erdtyrene, the human homeworld known as Earth. When he arrived, he enlisted 2 human guides, Chakas and Ryza, and eventually discovered a Forerunner cryptum buried in the secluded and mysterious Jamonkin crater. When Bornstellar opened the ancient device, he found it contained none other than the exiled Didact himself. The Didact's cryptum had been concealed on Erdtyrene by the Librarian as part of a subtle and intricate plan to eventually bring her husband back. With his strength restored, the Didact, Bornstellar and the 2 humans left Erdtyrene, travelling to the one location that might confirm the great Forerunner commander's fear that the builders had actually gone through with their plans for Halo, Charum Hakkor. On this lifeless outpost world, the Didact witnessed firsthand the after effects of the Halo test, and concluded that the Master Builder was very close to finalising the Halo array. He also discovered that the ancient primordial had been released. The Didact pursued the Master Builder to Janjor Kum, the quarantined homeworld of the Sanshayum. During this journey, he took steps to protect his legacy beyond his death, and conducted a brevet mutation, imprinting his knowledge and memories into Bornstellar. The young Forerunner would grow rapidly in size and wisdom, effectively transforming into a version of the Didact. Upon arriving at Janjor Kum, the Didact, Bornstellar, Chakas and Ryza were captured and given over to the Master Builder. They learned that he planned to test Halo against sentient species, the Sanshayum, who had recently attempted to revolt against Forerunner rule. After an aggressive interrogation, Bornstellar was returned to his family's homeworld, while the Master Builder sent Chakas and Ryza to the surface of the nearby Halo ring. The Didact, meanwhile, was delivered into the Burn, a perilous region of the galaxy infested by the Flood, and left to die. When the Master Builder activated Halo, he obliterated all of the Sanshayum on Janjor Kum. The only surviving remnant of their species was what little the Librarian had saved during the conservation measure. Jamonkin Auf, or Big Man's Water, was the place chosen by the Librarian to hide her husband, the exiled Didact. Only Ryza, a diminutive human primitive, was able to guide Bornstellar beyond the Librarian's illusory defences. Although Bornstellar's profound encounter with the Didact on Erdtyrene may have seemed to be only happenstance, their fates were now intertwined forever, ultimately setting into motion the only hope the Forerunners would have as the Flood began to overrun the Ecumene. The tipping point of the war against the Flood was the fate of Maethrillian, the catastrophic destruction of the Forerunner capital world. This disaster marked the beginning of the end of their civilization, showing that even the centre of Forerunner governance was not immune to the ravages of the implacable parasite. When news of the Master Builder's secret and illegal attack on the Sanshayum reached the Forerunner Council on Maethrillian, he was immediately arrested, and all Halo rings were quickly recalled to be destroyed. Every installation returned to the capital, except one. The rogue Halo that Mendicant Bias, seduced by the Primordial, now controlled. The Master Builder was put on trial for his unlawful use of the Halo weapon, and the Council sought Bornstellar out as a witness. He was transported to Maethrillian and told that the Didact was believed to have died at the hands of the Master Builder. Bornsteller's testimony then became critical, as he was the only Forerunner observer of the events which followed the Didact's awakening, both at Charum Hakkor and Janjur-Kom. Before the trial could proceed, however, the capital came under attack. Mendicant Bias brought the rogue Halo to Maethrillian and quickly subverted 4 other Halo installations, taking control of them. The battle which followed became known as the Fate of Maethrillian. At its climax, Mendicant Bias fired the installations under his control, wiping out the Forerunner Council. Only a fraction of the Forerunners occupying the capital managed to evacuate. The Lifeworkers opened an immense portal near Maethrillian, a rift directly into slipspace, allowing them to travel interstellar distances. Bornsteller managed to escape into the portal, arriving at the secret Ark installation located well outside the Milky Way. Although some of the Halo rings were sent through the Lifeworker portal to the Ark, only one other installation survived. Mendicant Bias took the rogue Halo into a long-forsaken star system, hoping to make repairs before the Forerunners discovered its location. But Bornsteller, empowered with the knowledge and rank of the original Didact, returned a short time later to subdue both Mendicant Bias and the Primordial, with Forerunner military forces now under his command. Mendicant Bias was detained for examination, but Bornsteller placed the Primordial into an inverse temporal stasis field, viciously accelerating the creature's age until it disintegrated. Afterward, the rogue Halo was converted to match the design of the Lesser Ark's smaller rings, which had remained hidden during the assault on the capital. The reshaping process of this last Halo would result in the creation of Installation 07, the 7th and final Halo ringworld to comprise the array. The weapon of last resort was finally complete. During the struggle for this ringworld, Bornsteller's human ally Chakas had been composed, and his data essence integrated into a Forerunner ancilla known as a monitor. Along with this newfound immortality, Chakas would now receive a great burden from Bornsteller. Renamed 343 Guilty Spark, Chakas would become one of the 7 monitors tasked with safeguarding the Halo installations across epochs of time, a fate which would eventually bring him in contact once again with humanity. Although Mendicant Bias had been captured, his imprisonment would not last. The highly resourceful Ancilla escaped and continued to pose a threat to all that remained of Forerunner civilization. With the fall of the Forerunner capital and the status of the Didact shield worlds unknown, only one refuge remained: the Ark. As one of the 2 immense factories of the Halo installations, the Greater Ark was hidden far outside the galaxy's border and guarded by the last of the original rings, Omega Halo. It was believed to be safe from the Flood. Such hopes ultimately proved to be empty. Using the precursor's ancient star roads, both Omega Halo and the Greater Ark were brought to ruin by the Primordial and the Flood. The Master Builder, who had managed to escape the ruin of the capital, summoned his forces and pursued the original Didact into the burn. The Flood had overwhelmed much of the Ecumene, and in desperation he believed that the Didact might still hold the key to ending the threat. The Master Builder discovered that his old adversary had been captured by a Gravemind, a centralized Flood hive mind. This grotesque amalgam of host victims was the culmination of the Flood's evolution. In this stage, the parasite became even more dangerous than before, now capable of communicating across vast distances and controlling millions of infected hosts at once. Shockingly, this gravemind also carried with it the consciousness of the ancient Primordial. The insidious creature had transmitted its essence into the hive mind's massive neural network before physically perishing. Now, as long as the Flood survived, so would the Primordial, and with the entirety of the Flood at its command, the last precursor now wielded unimaginable power in its quest for revenge. The Gravemind had mysteriously allowed the Didact to go free. The Forerunner, driven mad by his encounter with the Primordial, returned to his primary shield world, Requiem, dwelling on what he had learned. Here, in complete secrecy, he gathered his most loyal warriors, the Prometheans, and used the Composer to integrate their essences into resilient, heavily weaponized combat skins that could withstand the trauma of directly engaging the Flood. These newly forged Promethean knights were deployed across many systems, and though they caused the parasite to retreat, they were too few in number to sustain these efforts. With the Lifeworkers' conservation measure nearly complete, and the activation of the array seemingly unavoidable, the Librarian attempted to work with both the original Didact and his progeny, the Born Stellar Didact, to finalize her plans for the repopulation of the galaxy. When the three arrived at Omega Halo, however, the Didact brought his warship Mantle's approach to bear. Hundreds of thousands of humans that had been settled on the Halo by the Librarian. Without warning, the Didact used a Composer to extract their essences, conscripting them into his Promethean force. He viewed this as a just punishment for the humans, whom he blamed for bringing the Flood into the Forerunner Ecumene. Enraged by the Didact's actions, the Librarian pursued him to Requiem. There she managed to render him unconscious before locking him away yet again in a cryptum to meditate on the error of his ways. Returning to Erd Tyrene, the Librarian would spend her final days gathering the last specimens of humanity in order to replace those her husband had composed, relocating them to the Lesser Ark, where they would be safe from the Flood. The Master Builder prepared to make a final stand against the parasite at the Greater Ark, where the last major remnant of the Forerunner civilization dwelt. Mendicant Bias, now reunited with the Primordial in the form of the Gravemind, had led the Flood to the Ark's doorstep. To answer this threat, the Master Builder deployed a new ancilla, Offensive Bias, to direct what remained of the Forerunner's great fleets, as well as Omega Halo. Here he set up a last line of defense against the Flood. Yet this battle would not end in victory. With unimaginable numbers and power, the Flood devastated Omega Halo and the Greater Ark, destroying all those who had taken shelter there. The last bastion for the Forerunners was now headed for the Lesser Ark, where Born Stellar initiated plans to finally activate the Halo Array. After arriving at the Lesser Ark, Born Stellar worked to distribute the 7 ring worlds, making up the final Halo Array around the galaxy. Each would be sent with its monitor. Born Stellar sent Chakas, now 343 Guilty Spark, to Alpha Halo, the first ring installation that he planned to activate. Not long after the ring worlds reached their correct positions, relays indicated that the Flood's vast fleets were now approaching the Lesser Ark, led by Mendicant Bias. Having narrowly survived the destruction of the Greater Ark, Offensive Bias, and what remained of his Forerunner fleet, moved to meet the Flood at the edge of the galaxy. hoping to buy Bornstella more time. During this battle, Bornstella activated the array, and Halo's destructive energies surged across the galaxy, annihilating both fleets, Forerunner and Flood. Mendicant Bias's manned vessels suddenly became lifeless, floating husks. The Ancilla's greatest strength, the Flood's immense numbers, had come to nothing. After neutralizing the last of the enemy ships, Offensive Bias apprehended its predecessor, and Bornstella sentenced Mendicant Bias to permanent confinement on the Lesser Ark. In one fateful moment, the firing of Halo, the galaxy was rid of the Flood, at least for a time. In the decades that followed, the few Forerunners who had survived began to send specimens saved during the conservation measure back to their respective homeworlds, reseeding those places where they could now live free from the threat of the Flood. Some even hoped that the librarians' efforts would allow humanity to rise to prominence once more and become the inheritors of all that the Forerunners had left behind, including the mantle. They would be given the status of reclaimers. As time passed, the surviving Foreigners were lost from history, slipping into distant memory and legend. Those species that had been saved by the librarians' efforts would later begin to pursue science and technology on their own. The Halo rings remained hidden and dormant, their monitors carefully safeguarding the immense installations and the dormant Flood specimens they held for research into a possible cure. Long after the Foreigners, a fragment of Mendicant Bias managed to escape confinement and found his way into a local key ship, a vessel used to repopulate humans on Erd Tyrene. Borrowing himself into the ship, Mendicant Bias departed from the Ark and headed towards the Milky Way. This time, however, the Ancilla was not driven by wrath or madness, but rather remorse, attempting to make amends for his crimes against the Foreigners and the Mantle. His plan was to help humanity achieve the status of reclaimers. Unable to fully control the vessel in his weakened state, Mendicant was forced to alter course to seek additional aid from humanity's ancient allies, the Charum. Unfortunately, his efforts were cut short when the key ship crashed on Janjur-Kum. Though Mendicant Bias had set out to fulfill the librarian's designs for humankind, it would ironically lead to the formation of the Covenant, one of the greatest threats humanity would ever face. Initiated from a citadel on the Lesser Ark far outside the galaxy, the activation of Halo proved both the value and the horror of the Master Builder's weapons. Although the Flood had been brought to an end for a time, responsibility for the array now passed from Bornstella and the Foreigners to the installation's individual monitors, such as Alpha Halo's 343 Guilty Spark. They alone carried the burden of safeguarding the rings across the long expanse of time that would follow. Many millennia after the array's activation, the crashed Forerunner key ship, eventually known as the Dreadnought, became an object of worship for the Charum on Janjur-Kum. Their reverence for the ancient machine would split the Charum people, as they differed greatly on how it should be worshipped, a tension that would eventually ignite into full-scale war. This violence would lead to the creation of the Covenant, carrying destruction into the centuries to come. Nearly 100,000 years after the activation of Halo, the Sansharum species, reseeded by the Librarian's conservation measure, began to explore the many Forerunner relics that remained on their planet. Ignorant of the events which had unfolded in their ancient past, the Sansharum developed their own religious beliefs around these awe-inspiring artifacts. Their core convictions revolved around the notion that the Forerunners had purposefully left these artifacts behind to guide those that came after them to divine transcendence, something they referred to as the Great Journey. The most remarkable of these precious artifacts was a Forerunner keyship, the Dreadnought, partially submerged in the Great Apophthia, an immense sea in Janjorkom's northern hemisphere. Many Sansharum believed that they should access its inner systems for exploration, but this idea was met with fierce opposition. The most devout of their kind believed that tampering with such artifacts was an act of heresy. Controversy erupted and a split quickly formed between the two major ideologies. The Stoics, who believed that artifacts should only be worshipped at a distance, and the less numerous Reformists, who argued that these artifacts were gifts to be explored, activated, and even dismantled if practical benefits could come from it. In 2200 BCE, this tension devolved into a violent civil conflict the Sansharum would refer to as the War of Wills. A bloody, century-long feud that culminated in 1,000 heavily armed reformists secretly infiltrating the Dreadnought and barricading themselves inside. After 40 days inside, the reformists managed to activate the vessel's systems and succeeded in igniting its ancient engines. Rising up from the sea and into Janjorkom's sky, the reformists had finally escaped their planet, leaving those who remained behind in sorrowful bewilderment. For hundreds of years, these Sansharum would use the Dreadnought to move from one system to another, finding numerous reliquary sites replete with artifacts and technologies left behind by their gods. Their philosophy grew around the Great Journey and vague prophecies of the sacred rings, generating the framework for a profound religious system, one which would drive all of their efforts in the future. For a time, their progress would continue unimpeded until they came in contact with a powerful warrior species that would not simply hand over the relics they sought. The start of a conflict even greater than the first. In 938 BCE, the Sansharum came upon Olgathon, a rocky world that initially appeared to be uninhabited. The first pioneer detachment set their sights on an enormous mountain range that the Dreadnought's luminary, a Forerunner machine that could track ancient artifacts, had targeted as a repository for hidden relics. They discovered that the mountains were inhabited by a saurian species known as the Sangheli. Their first encounter seemed positive, though tense, but as soon as the Sangheli discovered the Sansharum's true intentions for the artifacts on their world, a bitter, devastating war broke out that would bring both species to their very knees. Both the Sansharum and the Sangheli had evolved on worlds rich with Forerunner artifacts, and both regarded them as holy, developing deeply religious beliefs about the architects of these machines. The Sangheli culture had a rigid, feudal structure with a heavy disposition towards combat, and became more focused on discovery and protection of the Forerunner artifacts with each passing generation. Much like the Sansharum Stoics, they believed that the physical manipulation of such technology was sacrilegious to the highest degree and punishable by death. When the Sangheli learned that the Sansharum intended to excavate and retrieve the sacred artifacts for themselves, as they evidently had with their Dreadnought, they turned against the invaders. The conflict over Olgathon lasted a full year. By the end, there was little left of the world but a charred husk filled with dead warriors and shattered ships. The desecration of Olgathon was only the start of the War of Beginnings, a conflict between these two species that would last decades. As time passed, the Sangheli realised that they lacked enough firepower to halt the Dreadnought's violent incursions. When they finally agreed to use Forerunner technology to defend their worlds, their now augmented defences sent the war into stalemate. In 852 BCE, a tentative truce was brokered between a Sangheli leader named Pelasar the Strident and a Sanshayum known as Breaking Shadow. The two leaders forgave the past crimes of their species and began working towards a peaceful alliance. This was eventually established by the Writ of Union, an agreement founded on the belief that despite their blood-soaked history, both species could work toward the same goal. The Covenant was born. The focal point of the Covenant was the legend of Halo, the sacred rings which they believed held the ability to translate their physical bodies into divinity, just as it had done with the Forerunners. This tragically mistaken interpretation governed all future actions of the Covenant, including their vicious genocidal war against humankind in the centuries that followed. The desecration of Ulgathon and the War of Beginnings that raged in the decades that followed proved the Sanshayum that, despite their powerful Forerunner Dreadnought, they would be wise to form an alliance with a species as strong and relentless as the Sangheli. During their first battle, the Sangheli courageously faced off against the ominous Forerunner Dreadnought from warrens and ridges across the face of Ulgathon, using the most formidable weapons of war they could then fashion. In the years that followed the war, all Sangheli weapons and ships would be upgraded with Forerunner technology and ornately styled by the Sanshayum to befit their newly founded covenant. The Writ of Union between the two founding species of the Covenant was not a simple coalition, but rather a contract of requirements and responsibilities for both the Sanshayum and the Sangheli. In addition to both species laying down their arms, they commissioned the construction of a shared homeworld, the Holy City of High Charity. From this massive fortress, the Covenant subdued and integrated a new species into their alliance. Together, they moved ever forward in their quest for Forerunner technology and ultimately the activation of the Sacred Rings. As part of the Writ, the Sanshayum agreed to forsake their Dreadnought, decommissioning it permanently. It would eventually be used as the primary source of power for the Covenant Holy City of High Charity, a mobile homeworld for the Alliance. The Sanshayum would also adopt the Sangheli language as their own in response to the sheer number of Sangheli in the Covenant. This was viewed by the Sangheli as the greatest single concession the Sanshayum made, effectively establishing their own culture as the primary foundation for the Covenant. To the Sanshayum, this was a non-issue. They had few surviving cultural practices of interest. They could easily trade their language for power. They established a triumvirate of ruling hierarchs at the head of the Covenant. This formalised the convention that the Sanshayum, commonly referred to as prophets, were responsible for governance, religion, and science, whereas the Sangheli, known as the elites, would retain the role of military protection, exploration, and the recovery of Forerunner artifacts. Thus began a long relationship born of skepticism and distrust, but now unified under the mutual belief in the Great Journey and the godhood promised by the Sacred Rings. After the Dreadnought had been decommissioned, it was nestled in the slowly constructed shell of High Charity, itself built on materials recovered from the Sanshayum homeworld. As well as providing seemingly unlimited power and energy, the Dreadnought's relic-detecting luminary was duplicated and equipped on a number of key Sangheli ships, leading their fleets throughout space to one Forerunner site after another. Another Forerunner technology employed by the Covenant was the Engineers, or Huragok as they were originally called by their creators. They were machines made to look like living creatures, a composite of nanomechanical surrogate organs. The Huragok helped to repair and preserve Covenant machines, and also to dismantle and reverse engineer any discovered Forerunner devices. Over the centuries, the Covenant encountered many species and conscripted them into their hegemony, offering the promise of the Great Journey to all who served and believed. At the height of their empire, the Covenant included species such as the Lekgolo, commonly known as hunters, the Yanmi, which were called drones, the Kigyar, comprised of jackals and skirmishers, the Ungoi, generally referred to as grunts, and the Jiralhane, or brutes. In addition, a number of fringe species that were too small or scattered in numbers to justify full membership were still employed to various ends within the Empire. There was one species, however, whose chance discovery in the 26th century would come as great surprise to the Sanshayum. This species represented the most significant challenge to the Covenant's formerly unquestionable dominance: humanity. 100,000 years would pass before humanity returned to the stars. During the long ages that followed Halo's activation, the inhabitants of Earth, confined to their cradle world, lost all knowledge of the Forerunners and of their own forebears' ancient history. Only in the 20th century would humans escape Earth's atmosphere and once again ascend into the inky depths of space. First, in the lower reaches of Earth's orbit, then to other worlds in the Sol system, and eventually turning their thoughts to the stars that were once out of reach. By 2080, Earth's nations had put together joint efforts to colonize Luna, Mars, and a handful of other sites in the Sol system. Despite the daunting technological challenge of embedding sustainable populations on these worlds, new scientific innovations eventually made it a reality, and the interplanetary colonies saw growth and prosperity during these early years. In the mid-22nd century, two militant movements emerged among Earth's colonies, dramatically altering the political landscape. The first, originating in Mars's mining city of Onotoria, was known as the Kosleviks after Vladimir Koslov and his family. They were miners turned activists, railing against what they saw as financial exploitation by the corporations that dominated the colony. After the violent takeover of 3 major mining facilities, the Kosleviks were deemed terrorists by the United Nations. Their ideas, however, gained momentum across Mars and rural parts of Luna among people who felt government-sponsored companies were violating the rights of colonists. The other hostile ideology, the Freedom Movement, grew out of Catreus, a major city on the Jovian moon Europa. Although the term Frieden is German for peace, the movement quickly escalated to violence. In 2158, the Friedens targeted an embassy in the European city of Thynia, levelling the structure with military-grade explosives. As with the Kosleviks, the United Nations labelled the Friedens terrorists, and dispatched UN colonial advisors to the Jovian moon of Io to help organise policing efforts. In the years that followed, few colonists remained neutral, and both militant groups grew rapidly in support and resources. The United Nations lacked the military capability to prevent this, and the Kosleviks and Friedens spread their influence and activities largely unchecked across Mars, Luna, and the Jovian moons. Eventually, the two sides clashed due to their directly opposing politics. By 2160, the terrorist campaigns had escalated to full-scale war, as the factions fought the Jovian moon campaigns, foreshadowing the devastating Interplanetary War. The brutal and harrowing Interplanetary War, waged primarily between the Kosleviks and the Friedens, spanned much of the Sol system. The war would forever change the way Earth and her colonies were governed. Of particular significance was the formation of the United Nations Space Command, a powerful, unified military force designed to subdue colonial hostilities. The death toll of the Jovian Moons campaign was substantial, but by late 2161 the battle between the Kosleviks and the Freedens had subsided. The bloodshed ceased for several months, and some speculated that the worst had passed. In February 2162, however, a series of bombings in South America began a 19-month conflict that would come to be known as the Rainforest Wars. The engagement spread across the entire continent, reigniting violence throughout the Sol system. In November of 2163, the Freedens suffered a critical loss, as their leader Najamilke was assassinated on her way to a command centre in the European city called Pelagon. This enraged the Freedens, and in December they retaliated with nearly all the military assets at their disposal. A large-scale campaign against Argaea Planitia, the hub of the Koslevic activity on Mars, obliterated the city within hours. More fighting occurred during the weeks that followed as the Koslevic forces scattered into the city's outskirts. The United Nations had by now formed a composite military force, which would eventually be called the United Nations Space Command, or UNSC, and deployed it to the Martian terrorists' most combat-intensive areas. By January of 2164, the conflict historically known as the Interplanetary War had officially begun. The battle on Mars lasted 2 full years, as the United Nations bombed Koslevic remnants, stamping out any Martian opposition. Despite the vast death toll, there was little concern on Earth about the ethics of these strikes. Most felt that they were justified as a way to prevent the violence from spreading to their own soil. Although the Kosleviks suffered extensive losses in the early parts of the Martian assault, they continued to thrive on Luna and in isolated parts on Earth. In August 2167, however, Vladimir Koslov and his family were killed in a bombing near Lake Autolycus on Luna. While the UNSC denied involvement, many believed that the Freedens were not capable of carrying out such an attack. Whatever the cause, this act severed the head of the Koslevic movement. Despite some difficulty on the UNSC's part, Europa, Io, Ganymede and Callisto all saw large-scale invasions by marine forces, resulting in the destruction of hundreds of Freeden bases and weapons caches. The last of the Freedens fought savagely under Oscar Bauer, nephew of Najamilke, but by 2169, little remained of their movement. Before long, the vast vestiges of both the Kosleviks and the Freedens were apprehended by the UNSC. The United Nations penned the Callisto Treaty, a ceasefire agreement that gave the UNSC complete military jurisdiction in all colonial territories. The treaty was signed in March 2170 on the Jovian moon of Callisto. With it, a single authority came into existence called the United Earth Government. This would be the seat of power and governance for all of Earth's colonies in the future. Often referred to as the colonial era, the Domus Diaspora is remembered as the greatest colonization effort of humans in history. With the development of faster-than-light travel through what was known as slipstream space, humanity gained access to distant worlds, leaving the Sol system to voyage into the deep. They inhabited remote star systems scattered across the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy. In 2362, centuries after the Interplanetary War, the very first extrasolar colonization vessel, the Odyssey, launched from its mooring platform in orbit over Luna, alongside nearly 100 other colony ships. In the weeks that followed, these vessels arrived at their destinations and began the elaborate and protracted process of terraforming alien worlds. This vast exodus was organised by the UEG's Colonial Administration Authority after many long years of preparation. The first extrasolar planet reached by humans was Epsilon Eridani II, aptly named Reach by its first inhabitants. In the decades to come, it would become humanity's colonial centre of military power. A number of other colonies were established within the Epsilon Eridani system, including both Tribute and Circumstance, and comparatively smaller colonies in other star systems such as Ballast, New Carthage, Actium, Lyton, Miradum, and Chi-Rho. All of these were considered core worlds or inner colonies, strong, densely populated settlements closest to Earth via slipspace travel. Outer colonies were those further from the human homeworld, such as Harvest, Coral, Madrigal, Second Base, Arcadia, and Green Hills. Many of these served as agricultural or mining colonies, depending on the particular resource they provided. By the 26th century, over 800 individual colonies were spread across the Orion Arm, including planets, moons, asteroids, mining facilities, and relay stations. Humankind saw unprecedented growth and development during this time, yet despite this progress, hostilities broke out in some of the more remote settlements. A number of civilian uprisings against Earth's control occurred from 2475 to 2483. The response from the Colonial Military Authority, or CMA, was swift and severe, but its heavy-handed tactics backfired, hardening resistance. Even stronger and more aggressive dissidents took the political stage, beginning what would be the longest period of civil unrest humanity had ever seen. In 2487, the newly established People's Occupation and the Sectionist Union submitted formal requests on behalf of a dozen worlds, demanding independence from Earth. With tensions rising on both sides, violence once again rocked the outer colonies. It was the Callisto incident that tipped the scales. In January 2494, the patrolling UNSC Callisto performed a routine inspection of a colonial vessel. It went tragically awry. Shots were fired, and 30 colonists were killed. The entire region was spun into an uproar. Shortly afterwards, the Callisto was hijacked by local terrorists who killed the crew and used the ship against UNSC forces. The UNSC responded aggressively. Having subdued and recaptured the ship, they cracked down across the territory, sparking rebellion throughout the outer colonies. The insurrection began. Guerrilla cells in the Sectionist Union assaulted colonial embassies and government buildings, and in June 2494, rebels under the leadership of ex-UNSC Marine Colonel Robert Watts orchestrated a series of military operations against the outer colony world Eridanus II. Before the CMA could respond, the local authorities had already been overrun by the Sectionist Union, and by January 2495, Eridanus II had been claimed by the rebels. This led to the UNSC's first full-scale response to the insurrection, Operation Charlemagne, a campaign to retake Eridanus II. The UNSC successfully recaptured the colony and drove Watts and his forces into hiding. Victory, however, remained out of reach. Rebel forces continued their guerrilla campaign, inflicting massive losses. By the start of the 26th century, the UNSC changed tactics, initiating Operation Kaleidoscope, a series of highly classified surgical strikes against prominent rebel leaders. Over the next 5 years, UNSC assassins targeted key rebel commanders, killing key figures such as Molin Sal, Gerald Ander, Standish Cable, and Eleanor Keff. By 2509, however, many rebel cells had combined under the leadership of Robert Watts,
proudly referring to themselves as the United Rebel Front. The UNSC and the Front continued to trade blows. A Watts-led invasion force retook Eridanus II in January of 2513. Months later, a UNSC battle group assaulted the planet in what would be the first part of Operation Trebuchet, a final, brutal UNSC crackdown on the rebel activity. Although the loss of life was extraordinary, the UNSC won several notable victories, including the recapture of Eridanus II. Despite this, the turmoil and chaos of the insurrection continued unabated. It was becoming increasingly clear that conventional military means would not end this war. The insurrection left millions dead. Remarkably, the Civil War had been predicted as early as 2491 by Dr. Elias Carver. His study into the political and security situation of Earth and its colonies, known as the Carver Findings, pointed to the imminent breakdown of government in human space. Though Carver's report did not prevent the insurrection, it proved influential on some, notably Dr. Catherine Halsey. With no end to the insurrection in sight, extreme measures were now being pursued. The most significant of these was the creation of the Spartans. Building on earlier successes, Dr. Halsey initiated the Spartan-II project, full-scale production of biologically augmented, armor-enhanced super soldiers. These Spartans became living legends, revolutionizing the art of war. Although they would play a major role in quelling the rebellion, a common threat would soon galvanize humanity and send the Spartans headlong into a conflict that would bring humanity to the brink of extinction. The insurrection proved that humanity's survival could not be secured by traditional military methods. Even before the rebellion, the UNSC's Office of Naval Intelligence, or ONI, had secretly launched the Orion project, intending to engineer super soldiers, a precision combat force capable of stemming the tide of unrest swiftly and silently. But in 2506, for cost and performance reasons, ONI decided to abort Orion and reintegrate its personnel into the existing UNSC forces. By 2508, with the insurrection raging, ONI once again saw the need to revisit this unconventional strategy. They recruited Dr. Catherine Halsey, a young but brilliant scientist who would not balk at taking whatever steps necessary to achieve ONI's goals. Halsey set into motion two parallel projects, Spartan-II and Mjolnir, both of equal significance to her designs. Halsey believed that effective super soldiers needed to be cultivated at a young age. In September 2517, she initiated the first stage of her plan. Halsey selected children who had impressive strength, speed, and intellect, the most advanced 6-year-olds across human space. The children were abducted and brought secretly to a highly classified training facility on the colony of Reach. To hide this crime, ONI replaced the children with rapidly grown flash clones. This highly illegal procedure created convincing but short-lived replicas of the abductees. The clones all died soon after. On Reach, the abducted children were aggressively trained for several years by the renowned drill instructor Chief Petty Officer Franklin Mendez, learning a vast number of combat skills and tactics. In March 2525, Spartan-II entered its second phase, the physical augmentation of each child, forcing their bodies to receive a range of surgical and biochemical enhancements. The process was extremely traumatic, leaving many crippled or dead. Despite the loss of nearly half of the candidates, the results were positive. The young Spartans were nothing short of extraordinary. Even at 14 years old, they were stronger, more resilient, and faster than any human before. This was proven in a raid on a rebel base hidden within the asteroid field near Eridanus II, in which the Spartans managed to finally capture the elusive rebel leader, Colonel Robert Watts. The last phase was the integration of Project Mjolnir, the most advanced combat armor system ever created by humans. Mjolnir Mark IV armor was developed on the distant world of Chi-Seti IV and entered the final stages of production in November 2525. The melding of biologically enhanced super soldiers with state-of-the-art armor marked the completion of the Spartan-III Program, resulting in the most remarkable soldiers the species had ever produced. Almost immediately, both man and machine were tested, as the Spartans were called to defend Chi-Seti IV from a newfound enemy. The creation of the Spartans came at the most critical hour in human history. Although they had been devised to end the Insurrection, this handful of warriors would be humanity's best defense against a far more menacing foe: the Covenant. The remarkably brilliant intellect of Catherine Elizabeth Halsey was evident early in her life. She had completed 2 doctoral thesis papers by the age of 15 and became a scientific advisor of the Office of Naval Intelligence in 2515, spearheading Spartan-II and Mjolnir only 2 years later. Although her methods and ethics would later be questioned, these 2 projects played a substantial role in humanity's survival in the decades that followed. It was only by extraordinary chance that a patrolling Covenant vessel stumbled across a human trade route adjacent to the Epsilon Indi star system. Despite their colonial expansion, humanity had remained secluded in their sliver of the Orion Arm, while the Covenant war machine marauded across space, seizing any relics of the Forerunners they could find. The remote agricultural world of Harvest would become the site not only of the first contact, but also of the opening salvos of the traumatic 3-decade-long conflict known as the Covenant War. The Covenant had been drawn to Harvest by one of their luminaries, which had targeted what the aliens believed to be an extraordinary cache of relics on the surface. The Alliance was established with the purpose of searching out Forerunner artifacts, and it appeared that Harvest was full of these sacred and mysterious treasures. However, the truth was very different. Locked aboard the Forerunner Dreadnought which powered the city of High Charity, the Ancilla, once known as Mendicant Bias, was now referred to as the Oracle. Though only intermittently active, he was periodically consulted by the Sanshayim prophets to aid their decisions. The Oracle revealed to 3 curious prophets that humanity had been designated Reclaimers, the species selected by the Forerunners as inheritors of their legacy. It was not, then, a cache of relics that had attracted the luminary. It was the humans themselves. The 3 Sanshayim concealed this shattering revelation, and the secret became a tool in their own struggle for power. Meanwhile, a single Covenant ship was sent to make peaceful first contact with the humans on the planet's surface. A mission that went terribly wrong. The tense ceremony was interrupted by mistaken weapons fire from a lone Covenant soldier, igniting a bloody gunfight between Harvest's raw and edgy local militia and the Jurulhane, the Covenant's brutish shock trooper species. A brief but ferocious siege of the planet by the Covenant cruiser Rapid Conversion followed. Though its Jurulhane commander, the chieftain Maccabeus, perished during the battle, the Covenant seized control of the entire colony. The Sanshayim prophets who had discovered the truth about humanity exploited this information, becoming the High Prophet Triumvirate controlling all Covenant matters. Rather than offer the humans a truce or an opportunity to join their alliance, the prophets painted them as vermin, infesting and desecrating the Forerunners' holy possessions. Ord Casto, Lod Mron, and Hod Rumpt, now known respectively as the Prophet of Truth, Regret, and Mercy, would maintain their power throughout the remainder of the Covenant War, a war to exterminate the human species. Unaware of the devastating assault on Harvest, the UNSC first discovered that something was amiss when communication was lost with the colony. They dispatched the scout ship Argo to investigate in April 2525, but the vessel was destroyed almost immediately upon entering the system. Fearing rebel occupation of the colony and blind to the true nature of the enemy, a battle group was deployed. The battle group discovered a single Covenant warship orbiting Harvest and found that the colony had been bombarded from space and nearly obliterated. 2 of the human ships were swiftly disabled by the Covenant vessel, while the lone Heracles desperately engaged its slipspace drive and narrowly escaped. The ship returned with a single, chilling message. An alliance of aliens calling themselves the Covenant were bent on the complete eradication of humankind. The UNSC immediately went on high alert. Vice Admiral Preston Cole assembled the largest fleet yet deployed by the UNSC and brought it to Harvest in March 2526. A total of 40 warships under Cole's command engaged the alien enemy. Though Cole was victorious, the UNSC still lost 13 vessels to a single Covenant warship, a grim assessment of the strength of their newfound foe. Meanwhile, reports of other colonies losing contact began to multiply. The world of Harvest had not seen the last of its struggles. Determined to take back this colony and unaware of how vast their enemy truly was, the UNSC redoubled their efforts battling against Covenant ground forces across Harvest's mangled surface and in the space around it. This conflict continued for 5 years, until at last the Covenant released its hold and fled the Epsilon Indi system. The UNSC eventually discovered the reason for the Covenant's persistence on Harvest. Hidden in the planet's uncharted Arctic regions was an alien structure that predated the human colony, and even the Covenant itself, a buried Forerunner facility. Humanity started to piece together clues about the Covenant's military goals, and also began to open their eyes to the secrets of the Forerunners. What the UNSC did not know at this time was that the technology of the Forerunners would ultimately present their greatest hope against the seemingly unstoppable Covenant, though this would become clear only at the very threshold of humanity's extinction. The first few months of the Covenant War saw many swift and gruesome tragedies strike the outer colonies. Attacking fleets would first cripple a colony's ability to call for help, then unleash vicious orbital strikes on population centres, destroying any hope of mounting a resistance. Sometimes the battle would be taken to the colony's surface, with UNSC military forces engaging the Covenant across the very worlds they had previously called home. This contest may have been futile, given the Covenant's overwhelming technological superiority, but from it came stories of valour. For the first time in millennia, humanity was united against a single enemy. Toward the tail end of the 5-year conflict at Harvest, the events involving the UNSC Spirit of Fire and her crew offered eerie clues to what the war would hold for humanity, and a solitary hope for victory which would only become apparent decades later. The ship would find its way to one of the Forerunners' astonishing shield worlds, teeming with impossibly powerful technology, and hiding a dark secret. On February the 4th, 2531, the UNSC Spirit of Fire
commanded by Captain James Cutter, began military operations on the besieged colony of Harvest. This immense support vessel deployed troops and materiel to the surface, overwhelming the Covenant's last remaining groundside forces while the war raged on in other parts of human space. When the ship's crew discovered that the Covenant had been excavating an ancient alien facility that predated humanity's occupation of this world, they immediately sent a team to the site, including leading xenobiologist Professor Ellen Anders. The team discovered a holographic map room pointing to the human colony of Arcadia. The Covenant, for reasons that remained a mystery, was already en route to the location. Spirit of Fire followed closely behind. Upon arrival, the Spirit's Sergeant John Forge fought alongside Spartans originally deployed by the UNSC to defend the planet. Their efforts forced back the Covenant invasion, buying time to investigate the aliens' presence on this colony. The Covenant had discovered something in Forerunner ruins deep in Arcadia's jungles, but before the Spirit's crew could determine their target, their enemies abducted Professor Anders from the artifact site and fled into slipspace, with the Spirit of Fire in pursuit. The chase took them all the way to a remote, artificial world unlike anything humanity had ever seen. A shield world, one of the Forerunners' unbelievable creations built during their war with the Flood. On the surface of this strange new world, the Spirit's crew encountered this alien parasite. The Flood had somehow escaped its containment on the installation. After narrowly surviving the outbreak, Cutter dispatched forces to take Anders back. The Covenant's plan now became clear. The Forerunners had kept an entire fleet of powerful warships within this particular construct, ready to be deployed at the command of a Reclaimer, a title that Anders now discovered had been bequeathed to humans by the Ancients. When Anders was forced by the Covenant to activate this fleet, Spirit's crew realized that they needed to destroy the Shield World, taking the Covenant, the Flood, and the Forerunner fleet with it. In order to do this, the Spirit would have to relinquish her slipspace drive, converting it into a bomb. Sacrificing his own life, Sergeant Forge activated the drive, causing a stellar collapse of the artificial star at the world's center and completely obliterating it. Spirit of Fire narrowly escaped the destruction, but the ship was now stranded, forced to crawl at sublight speeds back to human-occupied space. Although the Spirit of Fire would be declared by the UNSC lost with all hands on February the 10th, 2534, the remaining crew remained in cryo-storage as the ship began the long journey back home. The story of the Spirit of Fire was not yet finished. In the first few years of the war, the Covenant had already discovered over 24 human colonies and destroyed them without warning or mercy. Before the UNSC understood the severity of this new threat, entire worlds had blinked out of existence. Using a procedure the Covenant referred to as cleansing, the immense alien fleets would unleash superheated plasma across a planet to scour it clean of human life. Sections of the world's surface would be entirely melted, leaving a lifeless, vitrified substance, leading the humans to refer to this procedure as glassing. The Covenant dominated space combat. They possessed naval and weapons technology that greatly surpassed that of humankind. Spartans, however, offered a glimmer of hope for the UNSC. Humanity's super soldiers were not only a match for the Covenant's formidable Sangheli-led military on the ground, but but also in space, as they could infiltrate and execute missions within enemy vessels, in rare cases, even taking down entire warships and fleets with only a handful of operatives. Despite the victories Spartans had won against the Covenant, little overall could be done to stem the swelling tide of destruction. This period would come to be called the Massacre of the Outer Colonies, and would see the ruin of dozens of human worlds. By 2535, most of the Outer Colonies were charred husks, laid waste in short, brutal engagements. Evacuation craft that managed to escape were often hunted down and destroyed before fleeing the system. Only on occasion would pockets of refugees survive to reach the relative safety of another colony. A handful of human worlds managed to prepare defences in advance, supported by the UNSC fleets and detachments of troops, but even in those scenarios, the Covenant rarely needed to take the fight to the ground, as their naval strength usually subdued the worlds without difficulty. The UNSC eventually recognised that the Covenant were often led to human worlds by data retrieved from colonies which they had already attacked. Navigation databases recovered from human vessels had also offered the Covenant slipspace routes to other colonies, drawing the enemy to new prey. To prevent this, in the early years of the war, Admiral Preston Cole submitted a universal standing order commonly referred to as the Cole Protocol. This order dictated procedures for ships departing from any engagement with Covenant forces. Navigational databases had to be destroyed, all onboard AIs had to be purged, and ships could only leave on random course headings. This was to ensure that the Covenant could not discover the location of Earth or any remaining inner colonies. Spartan IIIs were created for high-risk, high-value military operations expected to result in massive casualties. Missions often referred to as meat grinders. Oni would deploy entire companies of Spartans directly at major Covenant threats. Their whole lives in the program were designed to prepare them for the short window of a mission which they had little chance of surviving. Most of these heroic soldiers were only in their early teens. Despite its secrecy, the Spartan-II program had been such a success that it had attracted the attention of the ambitious and shrewd Colonel James Ackerson. Although he was a rival of Dr. Halsey's, Ackerson acknowledged her genius. Piggybacking on her advancements, he secretly proposed a successor to the program, Spartan-III. Ackerson wanted to streamline the previous hardware by providing a more affordable armor system than Mjolnir, and to build on technological improvements in the past few years to generate more candidates. For Ackerson, more Spartans meant more victories. The highly classified Spartan-III program began in December of 2531 and was engineered on the secret world of Onyx. To run it, Ackerson recruited Chief Petty Officer Franklin Mendez, who trained the previous class of Spartans, and Kurt 051, now known as Lieutenant Commander Kurt Ambrose, a Spartan II with impressive leadership skills. Several companies of Spartans were created from colonial children who had been orphaned during the course of the war. These child soldiers were to be clad in extremely advanced, semi-powered infiltration or SPI armor, which incorporated improvements gleaned directly from Covenant technology. The very first company of Spartan III's, Alpha Company, began training in December of 2531, although this company successfully participated in a number of dangerous operations. Nearly all of its Spartans were lost during Operation Prometheus. The Extreme Risk mission sent the Spartan-IIIs to a Covenant shipyard on the asteroid K7-49, where they destroyed the site's plasma reactors, crippling the Covenant's naval efforts on the front lines. In July of 2537, Beta Company was formed from the second wave of Spartan-IIIs. They would go on to complete a number of missions, eventually culminating in Torpedo, the destruction of a vast Covenant fuel refinery on Pegasi Delta. The refinery was critical to the Covenant's dominance in that region. The mission, though successful, claimed the lives of nearly all members of Beta, except for Tom, B-292, and Lucy, B-091, who would return to Spartan-III, helping to train the companies that were to follow. In July of 2544, Gamma Company was activated. This time, as well as the standard Spartan-III biological augmentations, mutagenic enhancements were introduced. These illegal genetic modifications gave the Gamma Company Spartans more endurance and aggression under extreme stress, but required them to take a stabilizing drug for the rest of their lives. While most of Gamma Company was deployed in 2552, making them the last such company to serve in the war, a number remained behind for highly specialized training. This would prove fortuitous for the UNSC at the end of the war, as the Covenant eventually made their way to Onyx in search of the Forerunner secrets the planet held. The bulk of the Spartans in these three companies were used in large-scale assaults on Covenant targets, missions that would claim the vast majority of their lives. A handful from each company, however, were secretly held back for incorporation into special warfare teams or as part of the Headhunters initiative. Outfitted with Mjolnir armor similar to the Spartan-IIs, these Spec Ops Spartan-IIIs would play significant roles during the remainder of the war, the most renowned being those of Noble Team. The period between the implementation of the Cole Protocol and the end of the war is often referred to as the Siege of the Inner Colonies. For humanity, this was a time of silent dread, frequently punctuated by the Covenant's ruthless eradication of a colony. Although human worlds were not being destroyed at a pace that they had been earlier in the war, there was still little to stop the Covenant's steady advance through human territory. Although there were a handful of victories for humanity during the Siege of the Inner Colonies, these were only minor setbacks in the Covenant's campaign. Propaganda and willful ignorance kept the innermost colonies, and in particular the Sol system, detached from the actual horrors taking place. But for those who grasped the scale of the threat, the extinction of mankind seemed to be guaranteed. On July 17, 2552, Covenant scouting vessels struck the lush jungle colony of Sigma Octanus IV. Only a single human ship, the UNSC Iroquois, survived the initial attack. It was here that Commander Jacob Keyes displayed his naval skills by conducting one of the most impressive tactical maneuvers in UNSC history. The ploy that came to be known as the Keyes Loop. The epitome of loyalty and bravery, Jacob Keyes had a diverse and unorthodox history of service within the UNSC Navy.
Though eventually returning to combat, Keyes spent a number of years serving as an instructor at the Lunar OCS, Officer Candidate School, due to injuries sustained on the Meriwether Lewis. Before this, he even served as military escort for Catherine Halsey in a heavily classified scouting operation for Spartan-II candidates. Keyes was no stranger to naval combat and already had decades of experience. His narrow but brilliant victory in this skirmish would finally gain him fame and the rank of captain. Only hours later, however, the enemy returned, this time bringing immense invasion-scale numbers in the form of the Covenant's Second Fleet of Solemn Accord. The Battle of Sigma Octantis IV had begun. Marines and Spartans struck the heart of the Covenant's planet-side invasion, while the UNSC Navy fought in orbit. The Covenant's specific goals for this colony were revealed when Spartans located a concentration of enemy forces at a museum in the city of Côte d'Azur. The aliens were transmitting data from a fossilized stone recovered by human colonists long ago. Far above the city, a Covenant vessel attempted to capture this data, but was waylaid by Keyes' Iroquois before it was acquired. The data was instead collected by the Iroquois' crew and, amazingly, what was left of the Second Fleet of Solemn Accord fled from the remaining UNSC forces. The unexpected victory at Sigma Octantis IV came at a critical time in the war, but it would be weeks before the true implications were revealed. Hidden within the data the aliens had so desperately sought were the coordinates for an ancient weapon far beyond the power of anything the humans or the Covenant possessed, as well as a secret that would forever change the course of the war. With only a few dozen colonies remaining, Oni believed it was a matter of months, if not weeks, before the Covenant arrived at Reach, and then Earth would be next on the list. To prevent this, Oni planned for Spartans to strike at the heart of the Covenant, abduct one of their prophets, and hold them hostage, hoping to force the enemy into a truce. This plan was called Operation Red Flag. Over the course of the war, the Spartans had become legendary. From their actions were spun tales of valor and glory. They were icons of hope, constantly defying reason and logic, and gaining victory over innumerable threats. Among the Spartans, one had stood above the rest in renown and accomplishment. Master Chief Petty Officer John 117. He would become the central figure in the design of Red Flag, carrying its critical mission asset deep into enemy territory. Born on the rebellion-embroiled colony of Eridanus II in 2511, John was integrated into the Spartan-II program at the age of 6. While his training and augmentation were not unique among his peers, he gained a reputation among them as a born leader, spearheading a number of operations at an impressively young age. Shortly after the war began, he rose to the rank of Master Chief Petty Officer, a title which would become synonymous with him. Prior to Red Flag, John had fought in over 200 individual military engagements, both on the ground and in space. He had been awarded every single major medal in combat except for Prisoner of War. Even among the legendary Spartans, he was without equal. For this reason, he was selected to be a vital component in the Red Flag operation. The chief would be given Cortana, an incredibly advanced AI construct capable of subverting and infiltrating Covenant systems. The information she possessed was crucial for humanity's victory, and the chief would be her protector. The fate of the war would rest on their shoulders. After nearly 3 decades of bloodshed, defending the inner colony world of Reach was of crucial importance. If this last bastion of military power fell, there would be little left to protect Earth and the colonies of Sol. Consequently, when the Covenant finally laid siege to Reach, the UNSC marshalled all its remaining forces and prepared to fight to the bitter end. On July the 23rd, 2552, Covenant scouting parties were first detected on the planet of Reach by Army fire teams investigating a downed communications relay near the settlement of Visegrad. Winter contingency went into effect immediately, a standing security protocol to be triggered should the Covenant ever infiltrate Reach. With the relay compromised, the colony was cut off from contact with the rest of human-controlled space. Shortly after this initial security breach, a number of small Covenant vessels managed to penetrate Reach's outer defences, constructing a vast stealth canopy along the Zerdog Ridge to hide their presence. The UNSC struck this site with great force, revealing a series of teleportation spires for ferrying Covenant troops and supplies from the enemy's immense supercarrier, Long Night of Solace. The UNSC then initiated Operation Uppercut, a covert mission to destroy the vessel in order to buy Oni time to execute Red Flag. Already involved in much of what had occurred earlier on Reach, the Spartan-III fireteam, known as Noble, was critical in the execution of Uppercut. Led by the battle-hardened Carter A259, Noble consisted of tactical and logistics specialist Cat B320, forward recon scout June A266, close quarters combatant Emil A239, and the only Spartan 2 of the squad, George 052. A sixth member of the team was added shortly before the Covenant's invasion, and this individual, Spartan B312, also known as Noble 6, would prove indispensable in the final hours of the battle. Noble Team was sent to break the Covenant's hold on a launch facility at Farkas Lake. Hidden there were Sabre orbital fighters essential to Uppercut. Having taken back the launch site, Noble 6 and George 052 led a Sabre squadron into orbit, infiltrating and subverting a Covenant corvette called Ardent Prayer.
This enemy ship was used to carry a rigged UNSC slipspace drive that, when activated, destroyed the Long Night of Solace, though at the cost of George 052's life. Miraculously, Noble 6 survived, returning to Reach's surface and making his way to the heavily Covenant-occupied city of New Alexandria. Oni then initiated Red Flag. Nearly all surviving Spartan-II super soldiers had been recalled from other fronts in the war, and a Halcyon-class cruiser, the Pillar of Autumn, had been refitted as a heavily armoured warship. This ship was to be commanded by Captain Jacob Keyes, who was just returning from the battle at Sigma Octanus IV. The key component of the mission was an artificial intelligence built by Dr. Catherine Halsey, Cortana. The AI would be used by a Spartan strike team to infiltrate a Covenant capital ship and capture one of the enemy's leaders in order to force a truce and bring an end to the war. Upon extraction from New Alexandria, the surviving Spartans of Noble were immediately sent to Sword Base, an Oni military outpost located in a remote ice shelf called Babdekatha. Here, Halsey and her team were exploring an immense and mysterious Forerunner artifact, a crashed ship buried under the ice for thousands of years. Using Cortana, Halsey had managed to retrieve navigation data from the ancient vessel, data that Oni hoped would be critical to turning the tide against the Covenant. When Noble Team reached Sword Base, Halsey revealed their final mission: to deliver Cortana and her data to the UNSC Pillar of Autumn. Despite the overwhelming battle raging in orbit, the ship had withdrawn to Azod, a barren, unpopulated territory on Reach's surface. Noble 6 rendezvoused successfully with Captain Keyes, holding off Covenant forces long enough for the Pillar of Autumn to escape with Cortana. This act of valour would prove to be the end of Noble Team, but the beginning of humanity's final hope. Although pockets of resistance continued after August 30th, 2552, this date would informally mark the end of the fight for Reach. With the full weight of the largest military invasion of the war, the Covenant brutally pummeled Reach, reducing most of its surface to smouldering glass and ash. Nevertheless, amid the tragedy and massive loss of life, there was a single ray of hope. The Spartans of Noble Team, among others, had heroically sacrificed their lives in defense of the world. What remained of Noble in these final hours charged through the besieged shipbreaker yards of Azod and delivered a critical package to Captain Jacob Keyes and the UNSC Pillar of Autumn. This effort allowed Cortana to escape from Reach, and with her, the key to humanity's survival. With Reach's surface battered by the Covenant's brutal attack, and the local naval forces, fighting impossible odds. Oni believed Operation Red Flag was the only remaining hope for humanity. UNSC Pillar of Autumn, commanded by Captain Jacob Keyes and carrying nearly all remaining Spartan-II super soldiers, was ordered to intercept a Covenant vessel and capture one of their leaders, forcing a ceasefire. During the initial skirmish, the mission was jeopardized and Keyes was forced to abort Red Flag, although humanity's best hope at ending the war had failed. It led to their greatest discovery: Halo. While Noble Team was fighting on the ground, another battle raged in the sky above. Hours before the Autumn retrieved Cortana at Azod, two problems emerged that overshadowed even the loss of Reach. First, the generators that powered Reach's orbital guns had been located by the Covenant. If the generators were destroyed, the UNSC naval force would be quickly crushed, sealing the planet's fate and leaving only a handful of ships to defend Earth. Second, the UNSC Circumference, docked at the orbital Gamma Station, was unable to initiate Cole Protocol. If the Covenant accessed Circumference, Earth's location would be compromised, and humanity would lose the war. Captain Keyes recognized the severity of these threats and delayed Red Flag in the hope that his ship's crew could both save the planet's orbital guns and prevent Earth's location from falling into Covenant hands. The Spartan-IIs were divided into two highly mobile strike teams. Blue Team was sent to Gamma Station to secure the Circumference, and Red Team was sent to the generators on the planet's surface. Both of these missions resulted in heavy casualties. More Spartan-II deaths than in any prior operation in the war. Leading Blue Team, the Master Chief managed to secure the Circumference data from the Covenant, narrowly escaping to the Autumn. Red Team was not so fortunate. Led by Frederick 104, the team's dropship was shot down on entry, the crash claiming the lives of several Spartans. Those who survived landfall heroically defended the generators, but were ultimately forced out when the Covenant overwhelmed the facility with a massive army. The abandonment of the generators only came after it was clear Reach's defences had already been crushed by the Covenant. Nevertheless, what remained of Red Team would not give up the fight. With new orders to escort Dr. Catherine Halsey and Vice Admiral Danforth Whitcomb off the planet, the team headed to Oni's castle base, hidden below Menakite Mountain. As the planet's surface descended into chaos and contact was lost with Red Team, Captain Keyes decided to abort Red Flag. The Pillar of Autumn now carried the Master Chief and Cortana, and the AI held the Forerunner navigation data yielded from Halsey's research on Reach, far too significant to risk capture. Following the Cole Protocol, Keyes ordered Cortana to take the ship on a random course safely away from Reach, in order to assess damages and elude their Covenant pursuers. It was here that the war took a pivotal turn. Cortana combined the data recovered by the Iroquois from Sigma Octanus IV with the navigation framework she had extracted from the Forerunner vessel buried on Reach, and produced a seemingly random group of coordinates. Holding onto the narrowest margin of hope and with the destruction of Reach at their back, Cortana took the Pillar of Autumn and its crew into the depths of slipspace to a remote and unexplored star system. Built using the brain of her own Flash clone, Catherine Halsey violated a number of laws in the creation of Cortana, attempting to yield the most advanced and unique AI ever created by humanity. Cortana was designed to infiltrate Covenant's security systems, guiding a highly mobile Spartan strike team deep enough behind enemy lines to capture one of their leaders and ultimately broker a truce. Unlike dumb AIs, which limited their focus to a single field, Cortana and all other smart AIs operated virtually the same as humans, except for one fatal side effect. Due to rampancy, a dangerous cognitive instability generally experienced after 7 years, smart AIs were preemptively terminated by the UNSC at that point. The burden of a definitive, predetermined mortality was often haunting for the AIs forced to bear it. On September 19th, 2552, several weeks since their departure from Reach, the Pillar of Autumn emerged from slipspace in the remote Soel system. As they headed toward the enormous gas giant known as Threshold, the Autumn's crew made an extraordinary discovery. Hidden in a stable position between the planet and its rocky moon basis was a massive, artificial ringworld 10,000 kilometers in diameter. This was Alpha Halo, the very same installation that Bornstella had committed to 343 Guilty Spark's care 100,000 years earlier. This Halo would now be the stage for one of the final battles of the Covenant War, revealing mysteries kept hidden for eons. Approaching the ring aboard the heavily damaged Autumn, Captain Keyes and Cortana quickly discovered that the Covenant had followed them from Reach. After sending the Master Chief and Cortana to the ringworld's surface in an effort to ensure the AI's safety, Keyes attempted to land the Autumn on Halo. Despite the extremely high risk involved in such a maneuver, the Autumn successfully touched down, but Keyes and his command crew were abducted by the Covenant and brought aboard their battlecruiser Truth and Reconciliation. In response, the Chief and Cortana led a strike force into the heart of the enemy ship and rescued the captain. While captive, Keyes learned that Halo was not just an artificial world, but an unimaginably powerful weapon.
If I'm analyzing this correctly, they believe that Halo is some kind of weapon, one with vast, unimaginable power.
The Chief and Cortana managed to secure the installation's control room against Covenant forces, but their victory was short-lived. Communication with Keyes and a squad of Marines, who were attempting to access a weapons cache on the ring, had suddenly been lost. During the Covenant's search for Halo's secrets, they had unwittingly released flood specimens, previously locked away for research on the installation. The parasite's escape now placed the entire galaxy in peril.
Listen!
What is that?
Where's that coming from, Mendoza?
I don't...
There! Mira! What is it? Rocco!
Get back here, Marine! Take it!
Attempting to track down Keyes and his team, the Chief came in contact with the installation's monitor, 343 Guilty Spark. Spark explained to the Spartan the severity of the flood threat and led the chief to Halo's library, where they managed to secure the ring's activation index, the key to firing Halo and stopping the flood. With the index in possession, the Spartan returned to the control room alongside the monitor, intent on activating Halo to stop the parasite from escaping. The chief had been acting on the assumption that firing Halo would kill the flood, but he was not aware that the installation was designed to exterminate all sentient life in the galaxy. When Spark attempted to activate the ring, Cortana prevented him and stole the index, placing both her and the chief at odds with the Forerunner monitor. Escaping the control room, the two recognized that the only way to end the threat was to destroy the ring. This plan could only be achieved by destroying the Pillar of Autumn, which would in turn require finding Captain Keyes and his command codes. The chief and Cortana located his signal, but discovered that he had been assimilated by the flood.
No human life signs detected. The captain, he's one of them. We can't let the flood get off this ring. You know what he'd expect. What he'd want us to do.
They retrieved his command neural interface from what was left of his body, using it to destabilize the Autumn's fusion engines and destroy Alpha Halo, despite Guilty Spark's desperate efforts to stop them. The Master Chief and Cortana narrowly escaped the ring's destruction on one of the Autumn's longsword bombers, believing themselves to be the only survivors. Unbeknownst to them, however, Spark had also fled to safety, finding sanctuary on a Forerunner gas mine orbiting Threshold. Having escaped Halo's devastation, the Chief and Cortana discovered a human dropship within the debris that remained, containing a handful of survivors from the Pillar of Autumn, including the gritty Marine veteran Sergeant Avery Johnson. Recognizing that their only way back to human space was by acquiring a slipspace-capable vessel, the Chief led these survivors against the Covenant carrier Ascendant Justice. This flagship was commanding a scout fleet sent from the Covenant's homeworld High Charity. The Covenant were unprepared for the Chief's daring assault. Aided by Cortana, the small group of humans infiltrated Ascendant Justice and neutralized its crew. Cortana brought the humans back to Reach in the stolen vessel on September the 23rd, 2552. They found the planet in ruins, but detected a signal which the Chief recognized as originating from Red Team. Somehow, a remnant of Spartans had miraculously survived Reach's devastation. Deploying stealthily from Ascendant Justice, the Chief led a small team to recover the remaining members of Red Team, who were guarding Vice Admiral Whitcomb and Dr. Halsey. While escaping the planet, however, the Spartans were greeted by chilling news. Despite their extraordinary sacrifices, the Covenant had somehow discovered the location of Earth, and were preparing an enormous fleet to assault it. With few viable destinations available, they fled to the Eridanus system in order to make repairs. In this system was a hidden rebel base, the same one used by the rebel Colonel Watts years earlier. Unexpectedly, the Covenant followed them there and laid siege to the base, forcing the humans to flee into slipspace. Yet, some of these survivors did not share the same goal. While the Spartans were considering options for stopping the Covenant's imminent invasion of Earth, Halsey was preoccupied with something she had discovered at Castle Base before they fled the planet. In what seemed to be an act of betrayal, Halsey sedated and abducted Spartan Kelly 087, stealing one of the rebel transports and abandoning the group without any warning. This act, despite eventually unlocking one of humanity's greatest Forerunner discoveries, would ultimately come to haunt Halsey, effectively making her a war criminal. The Master Chief, Cortana, and the others who managed to escape from Eridanus devised a plan to halt the Covenant's invasion of Earth, striking at the heart of an enormous command and control station called Unyielding Hierophant. They would destroy the many fleets that it serviced, delaying the Covenant's efforts to assault Earth. Using an enemy dropship to insert a Spartan strike team, the Chief and the rest of Blue Team infiltrated Hierophant's vast interior and successfully completed their mission. Almost all of the nearby ships were consumed in the violent conflagration that engulfed Unyielding Hierophant, leaving only a handful to limp back to High Charity. For a time, the invasion of Earth had been postponed.
Though the Covenant's efforts to deal a death blow to humanity were momentarily averted with the destruction of Unyielding Hierophant, little could stop their plans from being realized. Humanity would have to muster all their remaining forces in their home system and prepare for the desperate struggle to come. But below the surface of the Earth, another secret that had lain hidden for 100,000 years was about to emerge. The destruction of the Unyielding Hierophant was a major setback for the High Prophet of Truth, who had remained in power during the war alongside High Prophets Regret and Mercy, the very same Zanshayim who had risen to power shortly after the discovery of humanity almost 3 decades earlier. Not only had Truth intended to seize control of Earth, but he had also secretly plotted a coup against the Sangheili. The Sangheili would be replaced by the Jiralhane, the Brutes, under the leadership of the chieftain known as Tartarus. He would be given command of the entire Covenant military by the Prophet. Having for some time questioned the Sangheili's loyalty, Truth believed this transition was now necessary to secure his power as the Covenant finally moved to activate Halo. Unbeknownst to Truth, however, the High Prophet of Regret had his own plans. Regret had discovered the location of Earth while ransacking the defeated human colony of Meridian a year earlier. The Prophet was unaware that Earth was the human homeworld, but did know that buried there was a portal leading to the Ark, the location from which all Halo installations could be activated. Taking the fleet of Sacred Consecration, a meager 15 vessels in total, the High Prophet of Regret set out to seize this planet and activate the portal for himself. Only a few days before Regret's arrival on October the 20th, 2552, the Master Chief, Cortana, and the others who survived their mission finally returned to Earth, providing the UNSC with insight into the Covenant's plans. Fleet Admiral Terence Hood headed Earth's primary defense, the home fleet, and the vast network of orbital weapons that protected the planet. When the Covenant struck, the Chief and Cortana were stationed on the orbiting weapon platform Cairo Station, which allowed them to assault and destroy the Covenant fleet's second carrier, Day of Jubilation. Also aboard Cairo were Sergeant Avery Johnson and Commander Miranda Keyes of UNSC in Amber Clad, daughter of Jacob Keyes, who had sacrificed his life just weeks before on Alpha Halo. The Chief and Cortana, along with Keyes and Johnson, pursued Regret's flagship Solemn Penance to the Earth city of New Mombasa. Regret's military force was desperate to find some method of exposing the portal that they knew lay hidden below the city. But the Forerunner machine continued to elude them, and time was running out. The Master Chief, of whom Regret had heard terrible rumours, was approaching his position. Fearing for his life, Regret changed his plans. The source of the information he had retrieved from Meridian months earlier was a unique Forerunner luminary, which not only revealed the ancient portal's location on Earth, but also the locations of the remaining Halo ringworlds. Regret set a course for Delta Halo. The Prophet's ship entered slipspace directly above New Mombasa, tearing open a rift across the northern part of the city. He believed this might expose the portal artifact and allow the Covenant ships that remained to continue their mission. The High Prophet of Regret was unaware, however, that in his haste he was followed by the UNSC in amber clad, carrying not only Commander Keyes and Sergeant Johnson, but also Cortana and the Master Chief. On October 20th, 2552, the High Prophet of Regret's sudden escape in the Solemn Penance revealed the Forerunner portal artifact's position, buried deep below Earth's surface between the teeming metropolis of New Mombasa and the small industrial town of Voi. The artifact's existence did not come as a complete surprise to some on Earth. Shortly prior to the Covenant attack, an engineer by the name of Dr. Daniel Endisher had discovered seismic signatures caused by the long-hidden device. During the Covenant siege, Oni learned that this important information had been transmitted to New Mombasa's municipal superintendent AI, which Endisher had worked closely with. This data would prove critical to human forces as they prepared to defend the site from Covenant invaders. Just before Regret's departure, several squads of orbital drop shock troopers, ODSTs, had been deployed from the cruiser UNSC Say My Name, hoping to breach and seize control of the Prophet's flagship from above. In addition, a single squad of ODSTs had been separated from the pack for another heavily classified mission: to secure the superintendent construct and the data about the hidden Forerunner artifact that it contained. Led by Oni Captain Veronica Dare, the ODST squad called Alpha 9 was deployed directly into the city.
We're way off course! We're heading exactly where I need to go. But we're gonna miss the carrier! Radiation! Covenant just set off a nuke? No, the carrier's going to jump. It's a slip-space rupture, you need to... EMP, losing power! Stabilize! They popped their chutes! We're going in hard!
During the Prophet's violent escape, most of the ODSTs deployed were lost. But Alpha 9, though scattered across the city of New Mombasa, managed to survive the slipspace fallout. This squad, including Gunnery Sergeant Edward Buck, Corporal Taylor Dutch Miles, Lance Corporal Kojo Romeo Agu, Private First Class Michael Mickey Crespo, and the newest addition, an ODST simply referred to as the Rookie. Though separated from each other, they eventually reunited and successfully secured their objective, a subroutine of the superintendent known as Virgil, which had been transmitted into the body of a Covenant Huragok. On October 21st, 2552, Alpha 9, having survived the Covenant siege of New Mombasa, brought the Huragok back to an Oni space station for evaluation.
As dawn broke over New Mombasa, more Covenant ships arrived and began to excavate the artifact. However, the Covenant did not emerge from this battle unscathed. The High Prophet of Truth had triggered his planned revolt against the Sangheli. Jirulhane within Regret's fleet were ordered to wrest control from the Sangheli, and even before Regret's assault carrier took flight from New Mombasa, Jirulhane were rioting in Covenant vessels and executing Sangheli in the streets of the city. Despite incredible odds, Oni's efforts to secure Virgil in the besieged city of New Mombasa were successful. Alpha 9 proved their indelible grit and fortitude, true to the form of the orbital drop shot troopers. As a division of the Marines, the ODST had played a key role throughout the war. Its troopers deployed by way of drop pods from capital ships high above the atmosphere. This ferocious audacity earned the ODSTs the moniker of Helljumpers. And despite them falling short of being Spartans, such fearless tactics and unwavering boldness struck fear into the heart of the Covenant. When the High Prophet of Regret fled from Earth, he took solemn penance directly to Delta Halo. He hoped to activate the array and usher the Covenant into divinity, as had been prophesied by their kind for centuries. Blinded by the prospect of glory, the Prophet was not mindful of the threat that the pursuing UNSC in amber-clad posed, carrying the Master Chief, the very Spartan who had pursued him across New Mombasa. Neither party were aware that the same gravemind that had led the flood against the Foreigners 100 millennia ago lurked below the surface of this newly discovered ringworld, biding its time until someone returned, bringing vessels fit to carry the flood out into the galaxy once more. After the destruction of Alpha Halo, Thel Vadimi, the Sangheli commander whose fleet had occupied the installation, was blamed for the calamity. Rather than execute Vadimi, the High Prophets instead named him Arbiter, an ancient title once held in honor, but now considered a mark of shame. He would serve as the will of the Prophets until his death. The Arbiter was immediately sent to eradicate a Sangheli-led rebellion at a Forerunner gas mine near Alpha Halo. Here, he encountered an oracle, 343 Guilty Spark of the destroyed ring.
The Oracle.
Hello, I am 343 Guilty Spark. I am the monitor of Installation 04.
Ask the Oracle about Halo. How they would sacrifice us all for nothing.
More questions? Splendid. I would be happy to assist you. Unfortunate. His edification was most enjoyable.
I had no choice, Holy Oracle. This heretic imperiled the great journey.
Oracle, great journey. Why do you meddlers insist on using such inaccurate verbiage?
That is the Oracle. So it is. Come, we are leaving this system.
The Forerunner Monitor would now become a captive of the Prophet leadership aboard High Charity as they made their way to Delta Halo to follow Regret. Solemn Penance arrived on the new ringworld Delta Halo on November the 3rd, 2552, pursued by the Master Chief and Cortana aboard the UNSC in amber-clad. Commander Miranda Keyes sent the Chief to hunt down and terminate Regret in one of the Halo's temple sites, isolated at the center of a lake.
That's the largest Covenant fleet I've ever seen.
Before he could complete this task, however, the Covenant's holy city of High Charity and all that remained of their massive fleet arrived at the ring. Although the Chief succeeded in assassinating Regret, the High Prophet of Truth ordered the immediate destruction of the temple, sending the Spartan plunging into the murky depths of the lake.
This is not your grave, but you are welcome in it.
Recognizing the importance of securing Delta Halo's index, the key to activating the ring, Keyes and Sergeant Avery Johnson hurried to the ring's library. The Arbiter had also been sent by Truth and Mercy to secure the same prize. The Arbiter managed to stop the humans and retrieve the index, but he was unexpectedly betrayed by the Prophet of Truth's leading Jiralhane, Tartarus.
Hierarchs will be pleased.
The Icon is my responsibility.
Was your responsibility. Now it is mine. A bloody fate awaits you and the rest of your incompetent race. And I, Tartarus, chieftain of the brutes, will send you to it.
And the prophets learn of this, that they will take your head.
When they learn. Fool. They ordered me to do it.
This move signaled the beginning of the Covenant Civil War, formerly known as the Great Schism. Following Truth's secret coup amongst the ships surrounding Earth, he had now ordered a change in High Charity's honor guard, replacing elites with brutes and throwing the Covenant into chaos. Tartarus sent the Arbiter plummeting into the lower reaches of the library, where the Sangheli encountered the Gravemind, the monstrous flood intelligence that had waged war against the Forerunners ages earlier. The Gravemind had also captured the Master Chief, but rather than seeking to infect its two captives, it recognized a more serious threat. Halo's activation would prevent it from escaping the installation. To stop the Covenant from firing Halo, the Gravemind revealed the truth about the rings to the Arbiter.
Your prophets have promised you freedom from a doomed existence, but you will find no salvation on this ring. Those who built this place knew what they wrought. Do not mistake their intent, or all will perish as they did before.
This thing is right. Halo is a weapon. Your prophets are making a big mistake.
It then sent the Master Chief to High Charity and the Arbiter to Delta Halo's control room in order to secure the index and prevent Halo's activation. As the Master Chief and Cortana fought through High Charity to take back the index, a horrifying discovery was made. During its incursions on Delta Halo, the UNSC in Amberclad had been taken over by the Flood, and the ship had infiltrated High Charity's defenses, now placing the entire galaxy at risk.
The hopes of all the Covenant rest on your shoulders, Chieftain.
My faith is strong. I will not fail.
Let him be. The great journey waits for no one, brother. Not even you.
When the Chief failed to reach the index before Tartarus whisked it away to Delta Halo, Cortana was faced with a difficult decision. She would have to part with the Chief in order to make sure that Delta Halo didn't activate. As the Spartan followed the fleeing High Prophet of Truth to the Forerunner Dreadnought, Cortana would stay behind. Were Delta Halo to fire, Cortana could use the fusion reactors of the now crashed In Amber Clad to destroy High Charity, the Ring, and the perilous flood outbreak.
That structure in the center of the city, it's a Forerunner ship. And Truth is heading straight for it. If he leads the Covenant fleet to Earth, they won't stand a chance. You have to stop him.
That brute has the Index. And Miranda and Johnson. He can activate the Ring.
If he does, I'll detonate In Amber Clad's reactor just like we did the Autumns. The blast will destroy this city and the Ring. Not a very original plan, but we know it'll work. No, I don't want to chance a remote detonation. I need to stay here.
Working with the humans on Delta Halo's surface, the Arbiter managed to kill Tartarus and prevent the Ring's activation. This act, however, tripped a fail-safe mechanism, placing all remaining Halo rings in a precarious standby mode. They could now only be activated from the Ark. Meanwhile, within High Charity, the Chief had pursued Truth to the Forerunner Dreadnought at the center of the city. Abandoning High Charity to the Flood, Truth lifted the Dreadnought free from its historic mooring and led all remaining Covenant fleets back to Earth, where they would use the ancient keyship to activate New Mombasa's portal and reach the Ark. Reluctantly leaving Cortana imprisoned within the flood-infested High Charity, the Master Chief stowed aboard the Dreadnought, following Truth back to Earth.
We've got a new contact, unknown classification.
It isn't one of ours. Take it out.
This is Spartan 117.
Anyone hear me? Over.
Isolate that signal. Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?
Sir, finishing this fight.
Shortly before the battle at Delta Halo, hidden artifacts on the mysterious world of Onyx had responded to a remote signal from the destruction of Alpha Halo. This signal revealed that Onyx was, in fact, a Forerunner shield world, drawing the attention of the Covenant and also Dr. Halsey. Halsey had abducted Spartan Kelly 087 and travelled to Onyx, hoping to save some of the Spartan-IIIs who had been trained on the classified world, as well as to salvage vital Forerunner technologies. Despite her status as a potential fugitive, Admiral Hood recognized the significance of Halsey's find and deployed Spartan Blue Team to assist immediately. Led by Lieutenant Commander Kurt Ambrose, a group composed of Spartan IIs, Spartan IIIs, Halsey, and the battle-hardened drill instructor Franklin Mendez made their way to an immense Forerunner city hidden in a large crater within a previously restricted area of the planet. This site held a secret passage into the shield world's core, allowing access to the heart of the installation. At its center was a portal to a slipspace-enclosed Dyson sphere, a vast hollow shell 300 million kilometers across, containing an artificial sun. The inner surface of this sphere was habitable and terraformed, with an area 5 million times that of Earth. But as they moved deeper, attempting to secure the portal to the sphere, others converged on Onyx. The Covenant's second fleet of homogeneous clarity, followed by UNSC battle group Omicron and a lone stealth prowler, the Dusk, arrived at Onyx. UNSC and Covenant naval forces clashed high above the planet as the Covenant deployed infantry to the surface to follow the Spartans. Pursued right to Onyx core, the group of humans was waylaid by Covenant forces, and Ambrose was forced to stay behind to stop their enemy, while the others entered a portal leading to the Dyson sphere interior. Once the portal was closed, Ambrose detonated a nuclear weapon to prevent the Covenant access. It was then that the planetoid began to disintegrate, revealing that it was actually composed almost entirely of Forerunner automated drones called Sentinels, which immediately attacked all those nearby. Both the UNSC battle group and the Covenant fleet were destroyed by these drones, although the Dusk escaped to tell the tale. The Spartans and other survivors who accessed the portal, however, found themselves trapped within the immense Dyson Sphere interior, with seemingly no way out. On November 17th, 2552, the High Prophet of Truth's Dreadnought finally reached Earth, ploughing through what remained of the system's naval defences. A handful of Covenant ships had been engaged with Earth's forces in the previous weeks, but most of those vessels were preoccupied with the excavation of the massive portal artifact. This incredible machine was the gateway the Librarian had eons ago sacrificed her own ship to build, ensuring that one day humanity could return to the Ark. The Master Chief, who had stowed away aboard the Dreadnought, escaped as it entered the atmosphere. Plummeting to the ground, he made landfall in the jungles of Tanzania, narrowly surviving the fall. Transported to the Crow's Nest, a hidden 20th century military base in Kenya, the Chief reunited with Commander Keyes and Sergeant Johnson. The two had recently returned from Delta Halo and were organising efforts to resist the invasion. Shockingly, the Covenant civil war led to a tentative alliance with the Arbiter and the Sangheili, as the UNSC poised to stop the Prophet of Truth from getting his prize, access to the Forerunner Ark. Fleet Admiral Terence Hood attempted to assault the Prophet's Dreadnought with a battle group comprised of frigates, but failed. Nothing could stop the ship from reaching its goal. The portal opened, and Truth's Dreadnought led the remaining Covenant fleet to the Ark. Mere seconds after the activation of the portal, a single flood-infested Covenant cruiser arrived on Earth, sent by the Gravemind from High Charity to verify the artifact's location. UNSC forces quickly surrounded the crashed vessel, knowing that the flood presented an even greater threat to Earth than the Covenant. Just when it appeared that the humans were unable to contain the flood, the Sangheili fleet of Retribution arrived, eliminating the parasite threat by glassing much of Eastern Africa. Fleet Commander Artas Vadum brought with him 343 Guilty Spark, who had assisted the Sangheili in quarantining the flood around High Charity, before following the infested cruiser to Earth. The fleet of Retribution had pursued this ship because of a mysterious distress beacon it transmitted, alerting all nearby vessels to the peril it represented. Breaking through the debris field, the Master Chief was the first to secure this beacon, which was later revealed to be the remains of a recording by Cortana. The AI had remained behind on High Charity as it fell to the flood, and was now trapped there by the Gravemind. In the message, she warned the UNSC of the Gravemind's plans to bring High Charity to Earth, but also hinted that a solution was being prepared, a solution that lay at the other end of the portal that Truth had just activated. After a somber debate, Hood eventually agreed to allow Commander Keyes to take the fort under dawn, and a number of UNSC personnel, including the Master Chief and Sergeant Johnson. They would stow the frigate aboard the Fleet of Retribution's flagship carrier, Shadow of Intent, following Truth's forces through the portal. What remained of Earth's defenders, though still battling the scattered remnants of the Covenant, would entrust their fate to those who had gone to the Ark. The remaining Covenant fleet gathered above the Ark, preparing to hold off humanity and the rebel Sangheili in order to buy the High Prophet of Truth enough time to activate the Halo array. Ultimately, it would be a newly forged Halo ring hidden deep within the Ark itself that would spell the end of the threats posed by the Covenant
and the Flood. On December the 11th, 2552, the fleet of Retribution arrived at the Ark and immediately assaulted the Jiralhane forces stationed above the installation, the last major vestige of the Covenant Navy. Although the Jiralhane greatly outnumbered the Sangheli, they were outmatched in their knowledge of naval warfare, and Retribution made short work of them. Meanwhile, the Master Chief and the Arbiter were sent to the Ark's surface, accompanied by Forward Unto Dawn's ground forces led by Commander Miranda Keyes and Sergeant Avery Johnson. Using one of the Ark's map rooms, and with the assistance of 343 Guilty Spark, whose own interests had now aligned with the humans, the Chief and the Arbiter managed to find Truth's location. But as they made their way to stop Truth from activating Halo, the now Flood-dominated city of High Charity suddenly arrived, crashing into the Ark's surface and freeing the parasite. The Gravemind, yet again sharing a goal with the Master Chief and the Arbiter, assisted them in stopping the High Prophet of Truth from firing the rings. The Covenant leader ultimately died at the hands of the Arbiter, paying for the deceit and death wrought by his machinations. But only after Truth had claimed the life of Commander Keyes. With the Covenant threat now halted, the Gravemind turned against the humans, gloating about its victory and preparing to unleash the Flood parasite across the galaxy once more. Hidden in the burning forges of the Ark, however, the installation had fashioned yet another Halo, intended to replace the one Master Chief had destroyed months earlier. As this was the only way to stop the parasite, the Chief and the Arbiter headed to the wreckage of High Charity, battling through its immense and infested interior to find at last Cortana and the key to stopping the Flood. Cortana still had Alpha Halo's activation index, kept safe since she had stolen it months earlier. Igniting the replacement Halo this far removed from the galaxy would allow them to destroy the Flood locally, without harming any sentient life in the Milky Way galaxy. After securing the index, the Chief and the Arbiter made their way to the control room of the newly forged Halo installation, alongside Sergeant Avery Johnson. When the time came to activate it, however, 343 Guilty Spark refused to prematurely fire the installation, as in its unfinished state the activation would completely destroy the Halo superstructure. Due to the urgency of the Flood threat, Johnson attempted to activate the ring anyway, but Spark turned on him, striking him down. The Chief fought back, destroying Guilty Spark and activating Halo. Though Johnson perished, the Spartan and the Arbiter managed to narrowly escape aboard the Forward Unto Dawn. The ring fired directly at the Ark installation, obliterating the Gravemind and its Flood. The damage done to the Ark destabilized the portal as the Dawn passed through it, severing it into two parts. The four of the ship returned to Earth on December the 23rd, 2552, with the Arbiter on board. The aft section, which carried both Chief and Cortana, was lost during the portal collapse, with no record of its location or status. The replacement Halo's activation obliterated the Gravemind and its Flood outbreak, as well as the remaining Covenant forces, ultimately heralding the end of the war. The cost, however, would not be easily forgotten. Countless lives were lost during the conflict, and with no trace of the Master Chief, humanity's greatest hero may have been the final sacrifice. The end of the war was signalled by the return of the UNSC Forward Unto Dawn to Earth. The Arbiter emerged as the sole survivor, the Master Chief and Cortana having been lost when the portal from the Ark unexpectedly collapsed, ripping the ship in two. Their fate remained a mystery,
but most believed that the chief had perished in his escape. When the portal collapsed, the immense artifact that generated it suddenly closed, becoming completely inactive. The pathway to the Ark, the Forerunners' final refuge far outside the Milky Way, was now severed. Much of the Covenant had been destroyed in High Charity's fall to the Flood. Those who survived the battles at Earth and the Ark, as well as other more remote conflicts, either found their way back to their own worlds or forged new alliances, some of which closely resemble the original Covenant. The many elites who returned from the war found that great tension had built on Sanghelios and its outlying colonies. With the discovery that the Foreigners were not gods, but merely an ancient and powerful civilization, some rebelled against more than 3,000 years of Covenant religion. Others held on to the traditions of their past, reluctant to abandon the faith that had united their people for so many centuries. Against this backdrop, warring clans and sects sprang up, some seeking political power, others vying for territory. Despite widespread support for the Arbiter, which stemmed from his central role in bringing an end to the Sanshayum's tyranny and the Jiralhane-led revolt, Sanghelios was far from united. Many Sangheli still despised humans, and any alliance or friendship with them was viewed as an insult to their traditions. For this reason, the Arbiter's position of leadership among the Sangheli was constantly threatened by those who saw him as a heretic. Civil unrest was not restricted to the Sangheli, however. Most of the remaining human worlds united under the banner of peace, working with the UNSC to safeguard their colonies in the years after the war. But a handful were extremely resistant and sought to declare themselves independent of the United Earth government. Some of these had scarcely survived brutal Covenant attacks and blamed the UNSC for abandoning them in their hour of need. Others were drawn to the leadership of political idealists who were anxious to stop any attempts by the UNSC to consolidate Earth's authority. Some worlds even remained outlaw colonies, hostile to the UEG, but open for business to the alien species who had only months earlier been waging a war of extermination against them. In spite of all the uncertainties, colonial unrest, and the remnant factions of the Covenant, secret projects humanity had initiated towards the end of the war would allow the UNSC to regain some level of military power in the months that followed. Well before the end of the Covenant War, Oni had initiated plans for the Spartan-III Program, a huge effort based on the Orion protocols of old. This project targeted consenting adult combat veterans for biological augmentation and use of the newest generation of Mjolnir armor. Spearheaded by Commander Musa 096, who had previously washed out of the Spartan-II program due to failed augmentation, a new branch of the military was proposed to UNSC leadership in early 2553. One comprised exclusively of Spartans, and unlike anything the UNSC had envisioned before. Working alongside June A266, the sole survivor of Reach's legendary Noble team, Musa began recruiting personnel from across the existing UNSC branches, soldiers who met extremely high criteria. These impressive men and women were augmented into warriors capable of incredible physical feats. They were outfitted with Mjolnir Gen 2 armor, the next evolution of the armor Halsey had fashioned decades earlier. One of the Spartan branch's first candidates was Sarah Palmer, an ODST of notable skill and bravery. She became a prominent member of the program, and eventually rose to the position of Spartan Commander on the UNSC's flagship, Infinity. With the branch's growing success, a number of corporations were contracted to produce the costly Gen 2 armour used by the Spartan Force. In May of 2553, the Materials Group formed the Damascus Ordnance Commission, bringing in companies such as Lethbridge Industrial, Hannibal Weapon Systems, and Acheron Security to mass produce and refine Gen 2 armour systems. This step reflected a huge change from the relative obscurity of earlier Spartan classes to the dramatic influence they would now have in human-occupied space. Built to defend humankind from an unstoppable foe, the immense UNSC Infinity only came into service after the war had ended. Infinity was designed to be the most powerful warship ever created by humanity, incorporating technology drawn from both the Covenant and the Forerunners. Although it was forged in the fires of conflict, the ship was christened as a vessel of peaceful exploration and the expansion of humanity's place in the galaxy. Nevertheless, this era was not without peril, and Infinity would experience battle on numerous occasions in the aftermath of the war. On March 3, 2553, a solemn memorial was held by members of the UNSC at the site of the Forerunner Portal artifact, which was now known as the Exile. Alongside esteemed members of other branches, Fleet Admiral Terence Hood presided over the gathering. In a show of incredible trust, the Arbiter was invited to pay homage to those lost in the final battle over the Ark, including the Master Chief. This moment would be one of the first steps towards peace between the Sangheli and humanity. After this ceremony, the accession site was isolated from the remainder of the East African Protectorate and heavily guarded. Researchers from ONI and other science agencies would not only investigate the possibility of reactivating the portal, but also the potential risks. Meanwhile, the UNSC took stock of its fleet. All remaining naval vessels were gathered to the Sol system in the months following the war. This time was spent accounting for, repairing, and refitting what little remained of the UNSC's previously vast naval force, now amounting to only a few hundred vessels. Plans were also set forth for the design and construction of entirely new vessel types, such as the Autumn-class cruiser and the Strident-class frigate. These ships benefiting from many improvements gained during the war, including what had been learned from recovered Covenant and Forerunner technology. The ship which benefited the most from the sudden influx of exotic alien science was UNSC Infinity. Production on the massive, heavily armed vessel began late in the war as one of many desperate efforts to prevent the Covenant's final victory. Although the ship was completed just prior to the end of the conflict, its official commissioning occurred some years later, as humanity turned once again to peaceful exploration. Infinity's size, remarkable weaponry, and Forerunner-enhanced travel capability, however, offered formidable military support in times of unrest. Infinity made one thing very clear. With the discovery of the Forerunners and the remarkable technology they had left behind, humanity would never be the same. Many of these discoveries came from the Halo installations, as well as at sites like the Exile, but by far the most fruitful source for the unearthing of Forerunner relicts was the gargantuan
artificial world, Onyx. When the artificial world Onyx disintegrated, all that remained was a 23-centimeter orb locked in real space around the star Zeta Doridus. But within this seemingly insignificant object was a slipspace enclosure holding a massive Dyson sphere, its diameter the size of Earth's orbit around the Sun. The sphere was habitable on its interior surface, with its own sun at the centre, creating an eerie similarity to a natural world. Having cut off the Covenant's access to the sphere using a nuclear weapon, a group of human survivors made their way inside. This enormous installation displayed the Forerunners' mastery of technology and opened the doors of remarkable possibilities for humankind, if the group could find a way out. Together they began scouting the interior of the vast world, hoping against all odds to find some way back to real space and the UNSC. Just before the end of the war in 2552, mankind stumbled across a number of extraordinary sites created by the ancient race of beings known as the Forerunners. These would be the source of previously inconceivable advances in knowledge and technology. Alpha, Delta, and Gamma Halo installations were revealed during the final few engagements with the Covenant. Yet the most extravagant of all discoveries had been under humanity's nose for decades. Zeta Doridus IV, also known as Onyx, was highly suitable for colonization and was surveyed by early groups of pioneers. Remarkable discoveries on its surface led Oni to render the world classified, removing it from databases and star charts while it was secretly explored. However, when the Covenant War ignited across human space, those efforts were largely abandoned. Only a small number of UNSC facilities still operated. These included Camp Currahee, which hosted the highly classified Spartan-III training program. When the Onyx Conflict of November 2552 revealed that the planet was in fact an artificial world created by the Forerunners, a handful of human survivors had already found their way to an aperture at the planet's core. They included Spartan II's Frederick 104, Kelly 087, and Linda 058 of Blue Team, as well as Dr. Catherine Halsey, Chief Petty Officer Franklin Mendez, and the remaining Spartan III's Tom B-292, Lucy B-091, Mark G-313, Ash G-099, and Olivia G-291. Upon entering the aperture, they were transported to an immense slipspace enclosure, a vast Dyson sphere with a shell-like, habitable interior surface. Although the surface of this world closely resembled any oxygen and water-rich blue-green planet, it was in reality a shield world, a heavily insulated sphere that could keep its contents safe from both flood and the deadly effects of the Halo array. With no apparent way to leave this world, the group forged a path across the lush terrain, eventually finding a series of Forerunner structures. Here, they discovered one of Onyx's most important secrets, the Huragok, also known as engineers. These artificial creatures were used by the Forerunners to maintain and repair their timeless installations and technology, and when Lucy B-091 made contact with one of these, it gave them access
to communication with the outside world. Working in collaboration with Oni, they were able to finally transition the vast shield world from slip space to real space. The massive sphere would now occupy much of the Zeta Doridus system, locked in close orbit around its sun. It was not long before Oni set up a complex of research facilities across Onyx's boundless interior surface, and codenamed it Trevelyan. The name was taken from Kurt Ambrose's birth name, because of his sacrifice to seal off the shield world from the Covenant. Expeditions were sent out from Trevelyan across the shield world, exploring, recovering, and analysing technology that had been hidden for eons. The treasure of Onyx was humanity's most promising fount of innovation, pushing the boundaries of all that had come before. The Black Ops squad known as Kilo 5 was created by the highest levels of Oni to sow unrest amongst humanity's enemies, keeping them destabilised so that mankind was never again forced to face a threat as great as the Covenant. This group of highly skilled operators was often found working in the blurry area between good and evil, aiding the wicked for the sake of peace, and even targeting people who may have been justified in their actions. The members of Kilo 5 were forced to forever weigh their actions against the greater good. In the aftermath of the war, Oni Admiral Margaret Parangoski formed Kilo 5, intent on disrupting any potential threats against humanity by whatever means were necessary. At the head of Kilo 5, she placed Captain Serin Osman, who had failed augmentation for the Spartan-IIs, but was later rehabilitated and reintegrated into the Navy. Also on Kilo 5 were a trio of experienced ODSTs: Staff Sergeant Malcolm Mal Geffen, Corporal Vasily Vaz Belowy, and Sergeant Liv Dev Devereaux, as well as Naomi 010, one of the few known active Spartan-IIs. Rounding out the team were Professor Evan Phillips, an expert in Sangheili culture and language, and Blackbox, a highly advanced 4th generation smart AI. Kilo 5's main objective was aiding Sangheili terrorists in order to keep the elites divided and at war. The squad brokered a deal with Avu Med Telkam, leader of the Servants of the Abiding Truth, and the primary opposition to the Arbiter. Kilo 5 provided these dissidents with weapons while the UNSC publicly supported the Arbiter from Earth. Only months after the war's official end, Telkam emerged from hiding and attacked the Arbiter's forces at the fortress of Vadam Keep. The assault failed when the Arbiter was helped by the UNSC Infinity, forcing the servants back underground. Oni had succeeded once again in undercutting both sides. One of Telkam's former allies, Jul Umdama, escaped UNSC captivity on Trevelyan and began to put together an even more powerful military force on the remote world of Hesturus. Embittered by decades of hatred towards humanity and the loss of his own wife at their hands, the Sangheili warrior wanted revenge. He had learned of a hidden world called Requiem, reputed to be the resting site of an ancient Forerunner commander, the Didact, who despised humanity. If awoken and released, he might assist the Sangheili in exacting revenge. Umdama's new covenant was formed around this objective. The most important of Kilo 5's operations in 2553 was conducted on the outlaw colony of Venezia, where a human arms dealer by the name of Staffan Sensky had emerged. Under deep cover, members of Kilo 5 infiltrated Sensky's cell. They learned that his motivations hinged on the loss of his daughter decades ago, and that this daughter was none other than their own Naomi 010. Sensky intended to acquire a Covenant warship called the Pious Inquisitor and use it against the UNSC. Empathizing with her father, some members of Kilo 5 managed to fake Sensky's death in the destruction of the Pious Inquisitor. With the ship gone, and his daughter alive and well, the threat Sensky posed was now diffused. In the months that followed, Kilo 5 continued to disrupt the reunification of the Sangheli, and carried out numerous black ops requiring their particular expertise. Osman eventually went on to replace Parangoski as Commander-in-Chief of ONI, while the status and operations of Kilo 5 remain highly classified. After the breaking of the Covenant, the Sangheli hero known as Thel 'Vadam returned home, bearing the title and armour of the Arbiter. Once considered a mark of shame, now worn as a badge of honour. During the course of the Great Schism, minor conflicts had raged across parts of Sanghelios, but the real turmoil was social, political, and religious. The Covenant's sudden end, and the revelation of the Forerunner's true nature, created a dangerous vacuum of government and cultural identity. While the Arbiter did not seek the role, the people of the territory of Vadam and the keeps around it backed him as the new leader of Sanghelios. Other sects opposed him, and conflicts broke out as local leaders vied for power. Some of these cited religious beliefs, still persuaded by the tenets of the Covenant. Others acted out of hatred of the Arbiter's alliance with humanity, and others simply wanted to make a name for their own clan. This conflict eventually escalated into a civil war which would last years and span not only Sanghelios, but other worlds as well. Upon returning home in early 2553, the Arbiter travelled from clan to clan, attempting to broker peace and consolidate all of Sanghelios under the same banner. These efforts were abruptly halted when the state of Vadam was targeted by the servants of the Abiding Truth. Led by Avu Medtelkam, the siege at Kolar in March of 2553 was the first of a number of assaults on the Arbiter and those who supported him. Telkam was thwarted by the arrival of the UNSC Infinity, which had provided direct support for the Arbiter and his forces entrenched at Vadam Keep. The powerful human vessel's counterattack drove the servants of the Abiding Truth back into hiding. But the end of this battle did not signal peace for the rest of Sanghelios. With the servants' bold move to unseat the Arbiter, the rest of the planet was thrown into chaos. Pockets of violence erupted across much of Sanghelios. Clans battled for dominance in their local regions, while packs of Jurulhane serfs led brief and isolated revolts across the planet. Although much of this unrest was put down in the months that followed, a constant stream of civil war persisted across the elite homeworld for years, growing to include other colony worlds and involving numerous ideologies and sects. The Arbiter's forces eventually consolidated their strength under a single banner, the Swords of Sanghelios, an ancient title of honour expressing the nobility of their cause, the unification of the Sangheli people. The effort of the Swords faced a severe threat from yet another movement, hidden on the remote colony of Hesturos. Led by Julam Dama, who had once operated within the Servants of the Abiding Truth, this new force rekindled the war forges of old, gathering lost weapons and ships. Both Kigyar and Ungoi joined what would now seem as a reforming covenant, hoping to awaken an ancient Forerunner from his slumber. Though it would be years before that hope would be realised, the Didact's return would threaten not only humanity, but the Sangheli as well. When an automated distress signal was triggered on the world of Shaps-III, a number of Forerunner line installations activated, a network of machines once designed to stop the flood. On the independent human colony of Gao, the Forerunner Ancilla Intrepid Eye was suddenly awakened from her hibernation and forced to assess the state of her own facility. Intrepid Eye's activities led to an earthquake and the release of Rome's Alone, a life worker Huragok capable of repairing living creatures. Humans visiting the Montero caves on Gao began experiencing mysterious healings caused by the Huragok. But with the caves now teeming with humans in search of medical miracles, Intrepid Eye was forced to kill those who interfered with her work, creating a string of unexplained murders. Gao authorities sent Special Inspector Vita Lopez and her team to solve these crimes. The UNSC, meanwhile, had also detected the distress signal and deployed the 717th Xenomaterials Exploitation Battalion to Gao to investigate and eventually target the Ancilla for capture. Amid much political controversy, due to the colony's strong resistance to the UEG, its president reluctantly agreed to the battalion's presence on Gao, but when the murders began to occur, many suspected that the UNSC battalion was involved. Though UNSC's true purpose was highly classified, Arlo Castile of the Gao Ministry of Protection, who despised Earth's government, became aware of the battalion's goal and planned to take advantage of the situation in order to seize control of the colony's government. Secretly plotting with the Jiralhane terrorist group called the Keepers of the One Freedom, he pitted the alien force against the UNSC battalion in a fight to secure the Forerunner AI for himself. Meanwhile, Lopez's murder investigation turned up clues pointing to the centre of the battalion's security force, the Spartans of Blue Team. Led by Frederick 104, Blue Team included Spartan 2's Kelly 087 and Linda 058, as well as Spartan 3's Tom B292, Lucy B091, Ash G099, Olivia G291, and Mark G313. When the investigation took Lopez deep into the cave system, she accompanied Fred as part of his team. After a brief engagement with Intrepid and the AI's drone defences, the Ancilla was eventually captured by the Spartans. Emerging from underground, however, the group discovered that a battle had broken out between the UNSC battalion and the Keepers within the nearby town of Wendosa. Although UNSC forces managed to stave off the Keepers' vicious attack, Castile, having by now seized control of the Gao government, sent local military to destroy what remained of the battalion. The Spartans and Lopez, who had now come to realise that Intrepid was responsible for the murders, escaped the Gao attack with the Ancilla in their possession. Before leaving, Blue Team managed to completely destroy the line installation, severing Cassil's ability to use the Forerunner technology to his advantage. Lopez's cooperation with the Spartans alienated her from Gau's government, which she now realized was corrupt. During the Spartans' extraction, Seren Osman offered Veta an opportunity to join Oni, which she accepted. Despite a harried and costly escape by UNSC forces, the battalion had managed to secure Intrepid Eye for research, though at the cost of continued hostility from Gau's government. The bloody battle on the colony of Gau was an object lesson for the UNSC about the risks of dealing with independent colonies that harboured hatred towards the UEG. Although the battalion managed to secure the Forerunner ancilla they had targeted, they did so at a cost. Hundreds of lives were lost in the battle, and control of Gau was transferred into the hands of Cassil, a zealous anti-UEG politician. Gau had joined the growing list of independent colonies who had no reservations about lashing out at the UNSC if their sovereignty was threatened in the slightest. The Sangheli leader of the Fleet of Retribution and its flagship Shadow of Intent, Artas Vadum, also known as the Half-Jaw, represented the old guard weary of the long years of war. But when a threat emerged from the vestiges of the now shattered Covenant, he and his small crew were all that stood in its way. Allied with a female Sangheli noble called Scion, Vadum opposed the Minister of Preparation and his prelate, a powerful Sanshayan warrior who were plotting to use a prototype Halo ring against the Sangheli homeworld. After the fall of High Charity, the Sanshayan known as the Minister of Preparation sought to take revenge on the Sangheli. Preparation knew of a secret weapon hidden in a remote star system, a smaller prototype Halo installation, capable of a tactical strike against a fleet or even an entire world. The Sanshayan minister intended to harness the power of the legendary warship Shadow of Intent, currently in the possession of the Half-Jaw, to fuel the prototype Halo in an attack on Sanghelios. For this mission, Preparation chose his ally, the Prelate, a remarkable Sanshayan warrior rare within their species. The Prelate believed the Half-Jaw was responsible for his family's death at the hands of the Flood. To lure in the Shadow of Intent, the Prelate's forces butchered innocent Sangheli on a number of elite border colonies. The campaign of slaughter came to a head near the colony of Duran, where the Half-Jaw finally confronted the Prelate. The Sanshayan warrior initiated a daring boarding action from his cruiser Spear of Light, sacrificing his own vessel in order to launch escape pods directly into the hangar bay of the Shadow of Intent. Defending the ship alongside the Half-Jaw was the Scion, Tal Juran, a female warrior from the colony of Ranalo. The Scion had lost her father and brothers to the Prelate's assault on her homeworld. She swore revenge and joined Half-Jaw's crew, despite the Sangheli's predominantly male tradition of warriors. Although they managed to stop the raid and capture the Prelate, the attack was only a ploy to lure Shadow of Intent into the sights of the Halo. Vadum saw through the ruse and made alternate plans, allowing his ship to be fired on after its crew was safely away. The Prelate escaped from Vadum's custody, but began to realize that it was the Minister of Preparation who had ultimately been responsible for his family's deaths, rather than Half-Jaw. In the skirmish that followed, the Minister fled, and attempted to fire the Halo again. He was prevented by the Prelate, who sacrificed himself to destroy both the prototype Halo and Preparation, while Halfjaw and the Scion managed to escape. In the aftermath, Artas Vadum found a new purpose: to scour the galaxy for the remaining Sanshayum, and to ensure that any who posed a threat to his people would be silenced. When the Halo array mysteriously primed for activation, the entire galaxy was once again threatened. This time from a source that was completely unknown. Oni was forced to send a hybrid team of humans and Sangheli back to the Ark, the only location from which the rings could be activated, in order to determine the cause. Upon arrival, they found the massive Forerunner installation seriously damaged and racked by severe weather conditions. Its surface, once a reserve for species from across the galaxy, was now covered with hostile, predatory creatures and guarded by a deadly Forerunner AI. Shockingly, this mysterious entity was attempting to mine Earth into oblivion in order to repair the damage done to the Ark years earlier by the humans. In early 2555, Forerunner researchers Luther Mann and Henry Lamb stumbled upon something strange while exploring the newly discovered Zeta Halo. The Halo array suddenly primed and began counting down to activation, presumably due to a signal from the Ark. Oni had secretly launched several expeditions to the Ark since the war, using the slower conventional slipspace technology, but all of them had ended in an ominous loss of contact. With their backs against the wall, they were now forced to send another. Oni created a joint team of humans and Sangheli, including Mann and Lamb, Captain Annabelle Richards, and the Sangheli Unthro Saron and Usei Taham, who had served alongside the Master Chief during the final battle against the Covenant. In addition to standard UNSC troops, the team also included Spartan IV's Frank Kodiak and Elias Holt, and the operation was supported by specialist Olympia Vale, who had worked within Oni as a diplomatic liaison to the Sangheli. After reactivating the portal, the team ventured through in the Sangheli corvette Mayhem, but were assailed by the Ark's defending Strato Sentinels and forced down to the installation's surface. Setting off from Mayhem's wreckage, they immediately came under attack by the Ark's aggressive wildlife. These beasts were later revealed to be directed by 000 Tragic Solitude, the installation's hostile ancilla. In the aftermath of one such attack, Vale was abducted by Solitude. The ancilla explained that he intended to activate Halo and then use the resources in the Sol system to repair the Ark. Solitude hoped that he could persuade her to stay. He knew that her status as a reclaimer gave her access to all Forerunner systems on the Ark. Vale refused, however, and Solitude's plans were soon thwarted when the team succeeded in halting the Halo's activation. In a last-ditch effort, the Ancilla sent legions of weaponized Strato Sentinels through the portal to Earth, colliding with an awaiting fleet of UNSC vessels. Earth fought desperately against a seemingly endless flood of Sentinels, a ploy that Solitude hoped might compel Vale to cooperate. But during the conflict, the AI was sabotaged by Vale's teammates and eventually destroyed. By the time the survivors returned to Mayhem, the UNSC had sent recovery vessels after it, deploying makeshift firebases and research facilities on the installation. With the Halo threat averted yet again, the Ark was now occupied by Oni research teams, seeking to safely repair the damage done to it. As the Ark's caretaker, the AI called Tragic Solitude was roused to action when hostile beings from a number of species arrived at his installation uninvited. Unable to intervene from the Ark's surface, Solitude watched in horror as the Monitor 343 Guilty Spark seemingly aided the humans in prematurely firing a newly forged replacement ring, utterly devastating Installation 00 in the process. This ultimately led to his decision to initiate the array's activation. After their heroics at New Mombasa, the ODST team, known as Alpha 9, was pulled from the front lines. When the war ended only months later, the squad, still composed of Buck, Romeo, Dutch, Mickey, and the Rookie, were deployed against human rebels rather than the Covenant. After the death of the Rookie on Draco 3 in January of 2554, the shift in focus began to wear on the team. In the wake of this loss, Buck was approached by June A266. Months earlier, he had been offered a slot within the Spartan-IV Program, but refused to abandon Alpha 9. This time, however, the rest of Alpha 9 could be included. While Dutch planned to leave the service, both Romeo and Mickey joined alongside Buck, and by March of 2554, all three were fully augmented Spartan-IVs. After being deployed on a number of missions, Alpha 9 were sent to Talitsa by Oni. The rebel militia located there had somehow stolen Virgil, a critical Huragok asset, from under the protection of Oni and its handler, Sadie Endisher. Early in the operation, Buck and Romeo were betrayed by Mickey, who, discontented with fighting against fellow humans, had defected and aligned with rebel leader Dr. Anton Sheehan. Although the odds were stacked against them, Buck and Romeo managed to subdue their captors, immobilizing Mickey and killing Sheehan, and successfully completed the mission. The Talitsa incident served as a warning for the UNSC, who were forced to acknowledge the risks involved in recruitment of the new Spartans, even those who had loyally served the UNSC for years. In February 2556, while targeting an arms deal on the colony of Cedra, Oni Lieutenant Commander Jameson Locke and his team witnessed the detonation of a mysterious bomb by a Sangheili terrorist, killing hundreds of humans. This bomb used an exotic agent that targeted humans at a genetic level. Locke's team eventually discovered that it came from a fragment of Alpha Halo. During the ring's destruction, the installation's automated safety protocols had jettisoned a portion of it through slipspace in an effort to save it. The fragment ended up in orbit perilously close to a star, making conditions on its surface extraordinarily dangerous. Locke's Oni team was sent to this shard, alongside a detachment of Cedran Colonial Guard, led by the ex-Spartan II Colonel Randall Aiken. The mission was to destroy the deadly element with a nuclear weapon. Upon arrival, they found the fragment's already extreme conditions were compounded by a vicious strain of Lekgolo, which relentlessly hunted the team. After narrowly surviving an attack which heavily damaged their ship, the team began to disagree over the mission. As tensions rose, some of the team became hostile, forcing them all to race for the nuclear weapon and a way back to human space. Ultimately, Colonel Aiken sacrificed his life by detonating the nuke, allowing Locke to escape. This grim mission proved to be a key moment for Jameson Locke, leading to his decision to become a Spartan. Several years after the collapse of the portal at the end of the war, humanity had accepted the Master Chief's death as a matter of history. Neither the Spartan nor Cortana had been found since the aft section of the Forward Unto Dawn went missing. In the aftermath, however, data retrieved from the Dawn's internal systems showed that while the Chief was on the Ark installation, he encountered several terminals, conduits that accessed ancient Forerunner records. From these records, stories emerged, shedding light on the Forerunners' final days before the activation of Halo. Although rightly assuming that the accounts were incomplete, only scientists realized that the Forerunners called the Didact and the Librarian were central pieces in the endgame that resulted in the activation of the array. What they could not possibly know was that brooding silently in a cryptum at the center of a remote shield world, and guarded by Promethean knights he had created to destroy the Flood, the Didact had seethed for 100,000 years. The Forerunner commander was patiently biding his time, refusing to bow to the Librarian's discipline and rejecting her judgment that humanity was the rightful heir to the mantle. After sealing her husband's cryptum, the Librarian ventured to Erd Tyrene, sacrificing her own ship to build the very portal artifact humanity would use 100,000 years later to reach the Ark. This act cut off her route to safety, condemning her to the fate of the rest of the galaxy. Halo. To the Librarian, this was worthwhile, because it gave the humans direct access to the technology they would need to rise. They were chosen to become reclaimers, heirs of all the Forerunners had left behind. The mantle of responsibility would soon be gifted to them. Hidden from sight, however, would be the dark price for such a burden. What did it mean to bear the mantle? In remote corners of Sangheili space, other threats brooded. Jul 'Mdama's military force had grown to an impressive size, gathering remnants of the former Covenant to the elite frontier world of Hesturos. It was here that a renewed Covenant was born, dedicated to awakening the Didact, the Forerunner they knew had both the means and the will to obliterate humankind. This single fact is what drove Jul 'Mdama and his followers in the years ahead, waiting patiently for an opportunity to release their unstoppable ally from his imprisonment. The first signs of the trials to come were seen during the excavation of the Composer from Gamma Halo in 2557. This artifact, once used by the Didact as a weapon against humanity, had been hidden on the Ringworld by his wife, the Librarian. Yet those who excavated the Forerunner machine knew nothing about its insidious past or the dark future that lay ahead of it. Tens of millions died during the fall of Reach, and millions more perished when the Covenant Armada turned its attention to the other colonies in the Epsilon Irandi system. The survivors escaped on random slipspace vectors in the hope they could regroup and eventually make their way to the Sol system. One of the ships that did make it was the civilian transport Floral Express, which arrived at Earth carrying 24 evacuees from Tribute and the location of another Halo installation. Though heavily damaged, the Floral Express had made an emergency slipspace jump, randomly reaching Kafare, a star system located in unexplored space. In October 2552, the Express arrived at the edge of the system and began repairs. Their furtive scans revealed no Covenant pursuers, but anomalies were detected within the star system. With the ship fixed, the crew returned to Earth, where they were detained by Oni for possible violations of the Cole Protocol. Analysis of the vessel's flight record revealed that the largest anomaly's sensor signature was a close match to those of the Halo installation recorded by Cortana. Armed with what little information was available, Oni contacted Pioneer teams and redirected them to the Kafre system. The first teams identified the anomaly as Installation 03 and moved to locate the Halo's library in order to recover its activation index. Unable to return to Earth during the Covenant assault, and lacking necessary force of arms to remain on the ring's surface, the Oni team settled in for long-term habitation in a makeshift orbital base the explorers named Ivanov Station. The station was expanded into a permanent UNSC facility shortly after the end of the war. Ivanov's expeditions secured many artifacts from the ring, but the most important was not discovered until early 2557, when a routine seismological survey uncovered a massive but inactive slipspace portal network on an inhospitable section of the ring. At the centre of this site was a Forerunner monolith, buried beneath the ring's surface. Extraordinarily powerful gravity anchors and combative sentinel drones prevented its excavation until months later, when the Infinity arrived to provide troops, equipment, and thruster power. The artifact, which the Forerunners referred to as the Composer, was successfully decoupled from its mooring and locked within Ivanov Station for study. During early tests, the scientists' scans unwittingly triggered the device. All personnel within 100 meters of the artifact were seemingly vaporized, and a beacon signal was activated. The UNSC ordered Infinity to investigate the signal's destination, a star system the Forerunners had called Epilogue. The Infinity picked up a faint distress call coming from within the star system near an object they would soon identify as another Forerunner shield world. Remarkably, the call was prefaced by prioritization code V05-3-Sierra 0117. The Forward Unto Dawn, which carried both the Master Chief and Cortana, had been found. When she had locked her husband away in the shield world of Requiem, the librarian had hoped that the Didact would meditate on and learn from his past sins. But time did not reduce the legendary Forerunner's wrath. For 100,000 years he brooded in darkness, testing the limits of his prison, nursing his grievance against the species his wife had supported as inheritors of the mantle. Humanity.
So fades the great harvest of my betrayal.
When the Ark's portal collapsed, the aft section of Forward Unto Dawn was mysteriously redirected by an outside force to a point inside the distant Epilogue system, on a course that would bring it near Requiem. This was the shield world in which the librarian had imprisoned the Forerunner commander known as the Didact for his crimes against ancient humanity. Eventually, the Dawn drew near to Requiem and came to the attention of the Covenant faction led by Jul Mdama, who had been desperately seeking entry into the shield world since 2554. Awakened from its long slumber, Requiem's systems flared to life at the approach of the Dawn and its passenger, a human who fit the Reclaimer profile. After aggressively scanning the derelict vessel and the Master Chief, Requiem's maw opened for the first time in over 100,000 years, drawing in the broken Dawn and destroying several of Umdama's vessels that had ventured too close. The Master Chief and Cortana found themselves stranded inside the Shield World, while the surviving Covenant forces established footholds at key locations. Shortly after, the UNSC Infinity also arrived. Having followed the signal from Gamma Halo's excavated artifact, it quickly detected Cortana's distress beacon from the Dawn. Unable to warn Infinity of Requiem's danger, the Master Chief and Cortana sought what they assumed to be a Forerunner communications relay at the heart of the world's many habitat layers. This proved to be a trap, however. The relay was revealed to be the Didact's ancient cryptum, a prison that could only be opened by a Reclaimer. The Master Chief had unwittingly been brought here to release humanity's greatest enemy. The awakened Forerunner took control of the Covenant as well as the Promethean forces he had created long ago with the Composer, the very war crime that had resulted in his imprisonment. Now free, the Didact made his goal clear. He intended to end the threat of humanity once and for all. The Master Chief and Cortana were forced to pursue the Didact as he acquired the Composer and prepared to use the weapon against Earth. During their siege of his warship, Mantle's Approach, Cortana sacrificed her own life, not only to save Earth from the devastation of the Composer, but also to protect the Chief from her own impending insanity, the curse of all smart AIs, known as rampancy. After several years, human-created AIs became increasingly unstable and, if left unchecked, posed great risk to those around them. For this reason, Cortana spent the last moments of her life stopping the Didact, bringing an end to the Forerunner's assault and ensuring the Chief's safety. After a series of battles with the Didact's Covenant and Promethean forces, Infinity's captain Andrew Del Rio made the decision to leave Requiem and return with reinforcements capable of stopping the newfound threat. Given the damage and casualties the ship had sustained, this was the prudent choice, but it meant abandoning the Master Chief and Cortana to face the Didact alone. With Cortana entering the final throes of rampancy, the Chief took the AI against the captain's orders and pursued the Didact in hope of preventing the Forerunner's departure. However, Cortana's impending breakdown interfered with the pair's efforts, and the Didact was able to leave Requiem on his warship, the Mantle's Approach. During their mission, the Master Chief was somehow able to communicate with the stored essence of the Librarian, who explained that she had placed dormant abilities within the genetic lineage of humankind, the Reclaimers. The ancient Forerunner then activated those abilities within the Master Chief, recounting the history of her husband's vendetta against the human species. The Didact made for Ivanov Station, which held the Composer the humans had recovered from Gamma Halo. He intended to resurrect his fallen empire by turning the Composer on humankind, transforming them into new Promethean warriors. Hiding within the Didact's fleet, the Master Chief sought an opportunity to stop the Forerunner as they closed in on the human research facility. Despite the bravery of the station's defenders, the Forerunner acquired the Composer and turned it on the very humans who had been studying it. The artifact killed the station crew, transforming their essences into Promethean knights. The Didact then left for Earth. Thanks to the Librarian's genetic manipulation, the Master Chief survived the Composer and followed Mantle's Approach into slipspace, intent on destroying the Forerunner warship and the artifact. As the Didact began his assault on Earth, Cortana used her own rampancy as a weapon, uploading multiple personality shards of herself into the Forerunner vessel and restraining the Didact so the Master Chief could neutralize him. In the end, the Chief managed to detonate a nuclear device he had carried aboard, crippling the Mantle's approach, destroying the Composer, and presumably the Didact along with it. With the last of her sanity and strength, Cortana used Forerunner hardlight technology to wrap the Chief in a protective shell, allowing him to survive the nuke, even as she perished. Although Earth narrowly survived this event, the entire population of the city of New Phoenix was composed. In the aftermath, however, the attack was publicly attributed to a rogue Covenant sect by Oni in an effort to prevent hysteria. Although those aboard Ivanov Station had met with a bitter fate when the Didact attacked, the station's explorers on Gamma Halo's surface survived. The largest of these ground teams was located where the Composer had been recovered, guarded by veteran Spartan-IIs of Black Team. Soon after losing contact with Ivanov Station, long dormant mechanisms stirred beneath the ring, and a portal opened. Strange energies poured out, followed by an armoured figure, the unconscious body of the Didact, who had fallen into the Composer's slipspace portal after his defeat at the hands of the Master Chief and had been transported to Gamma Halo. The vengeful Forerunner commander had survived. Still reeling from the attack on Ivanov and unaware of the Didact's identity or the severity of the danger he posed, Black Team approached too closely and was slaughtered. With his anger sated for the moment, the ancient Forerunner then encountered 859 Static Carillon. This monitor had arrived at the ring through the newly awakened portal network, responding to the early removal of the Composer by humanity. Meanwhile, the Master Chief debriefed the UNSC Security Council on the defeat of the Didact at the expense of Cortana. In the wake of this loss, the Chief was reunited with Blue Team, Linda 058, Kelly 087, and Fred 104. Unaware that the Didact had survived, these Spartans were dispatched back to Gamma Halo to investigate the mysterious Promethean attack on Black Team. Arriving at the ring, the team discovered an active slipspace portal connected to the distant builder world Clinquant, also known as the Composer's Forge. There, the Didact had already begun gathering new Composers and rebuilding his Promethean forces. Having made a pact with the Forerunner commander, Static Carillon transported Gamma Halo to the Composer's Forge through a slipspace portal. The Didact was planning to use the ring as a final weapon against the humans, but when the Monitor discovered that he had also created new Promethean Knights, their agreement was quickly voided. Carillon saw the presence of tortured essences on his world as an unforgivable breach of protocol, and now turned to the Master Chief for help. The Spartan lured the Didact into Gamma Halo's control room, where Carillon detached the segment he was located on and sent it crashing into his Prometheans. The impact destroyed the nest of Composers on Clinquant and consumed the Didact in a prodigious flare of energy, his physical body presumably composed. With the Didact defeated and his remaining Promethean forces dispersed, the threat appeared to be resolved. Static Carillon then transported Blue Team back to the Caffrey system before closing the portal to Clinquant and departing with Gamma Halo to conduct repairs as its new caretaker. Despite the Didact's apparent demise, not all threats against humanity had been quelled. Julamdama's Covenant was no longer a meagre collection of ships housed on Hesturos, but now had become a powerful military force, a faint but ominous echo of the old alliance. Gathering substantial support from other Zanghili clans under the moniker Didact's Hand, Umdama planned to return to Requiem in full force. his Covenant was prepared to not only pillage the shield world for weapons and technology, but also to use it as a ruse, drawing the humans into a fatal trap. As the UNSC began to recover from the devastating loss of New Phoenix and the damage caused by Mantle's approach, Jul 'Mdama strengthened his own position within the Covenant. Even with the Didact missing, Jul retained some control over the Promethean forces and Requiem, thanks to his earlier alliance with the Forerunner commander. As the Didact's hand, 'Mdama led the new Covenant uprising, pushing aside any and all competing Sangheili warlords. This power and influence did not come without a price, and splits within the newly combined forces soon exploded into violence as the newcomers competed for prestige and influence. Nevertheless, 'Mdama managed to sway a significant number of previously neutral Sangheili worlds to his side, and begin secretly making preparations for a push on Sanghelos itself, hoping to take it from the Arbiter. Ironically, 'Mdama was unable to secure the loyalty of the Servants of the Abiding Truth, the Forerunner-worshipping cult he had assisted in the months following the war. The Servants maintained their independence even after suffering great losses at the hands of the Arbiter's swords of Sanghelios. 'Mdama also remained ignorant that his own son, Dural, now known only as the Pale Blade, was a leading member of the Servants working directly under the leadership of the esteemed Avu Med-Telkam. With his Covenant forces now involved in several conflicts, 'Mdama finally turned his attention to Requiem. He leaked word of his plans for the Shield World to the human intelligence services, and prepared to draw the UNSC into a grinding war of attrition. This would give him free rein to cement his control over the Covenant, while also allowing him the opportunity to sacrifice those forces whose loyalty were suspect. Taking the bait, Oni made plans to attack Requiem with the fully refitted UNSC Infinity. In February of 2558, the UNSC Infinity left Earth and headed directly to Requiem to eliminate Jul 'Mdama's forces. Immediately upon arrival, Infinity engaged the Covenant fleet while deploying troops to the Shield World's interior. As fierce battles raged across Requiem's inner surface, the UNSC managed to slowly push back the Covenant ground forces and destroy several warships in the process. After the Infinity's Forerunner expert was captured by the Covenant, Captain Thomas Lasky was forced to request the aid of Dr. Halsey, who had been secretly detained since her arrest on Onyx in 2553. However, Jul 'Mdama was also aware of the Doctor's deep knowledge of the Foreigners, and required her help to access a knowledge archive the Covenant had stumbled upon. 'Mdama managed to use a powerful Forerunner artifact to activate Requiem's interdiction web, a close-range slipspace anchor immobilizing Infinity in orbit and teleporting his own forces directly onto the ship, where they eventually seized Halsey. When Oni learned of Halsey's capture, Admiral Seren Osman immediately ordered Commander Palmer to terminate her. Captain Lasky, however, was uneasy with the order and contacted the Spartan 4 fireteam Majestic in an effort to stop Palmer and bring the Doctor back to safety. Seemingly working alongside the Covenant, Halsey unlocked the archive buried on Requiem, called the Librarian's Rest. There, she made direct contact with the Librarian's imprint, a dynamic personality record of the deceased Forerunner. Within the Rest, the Librarian gave Halsey the Janus Key, a two-piece Forerunner artifact which, when brought to a mysterious site known as the Absolute Record, would provide its holder with the real-time location of all existing Forerunner technology. When Halsey emerged, one half of the key was immediately taken by 'Mdama, but when Majestic arrived, Halsey managed to secretly hand off the second half of the key to Spartan Gabriel Thorne, before being taken away by the Covenant. In the process, the Doctor was shot in the arm and grievously wounded by Palmer. Neither the Commander nor Majestic were able to stop Umdama before he set Requiem on a collision course with its sun, and with the Infinity still locked into orbit by the interdiction web. Spartan fireteams managed to disable this system, freeing Infinity and allowing the crew to narrowly escape the shield world's demise. Although her arm had been crudely amputated, Halsey survived and pledged to work with Umdama and the Covenant. Incensed by the betrayal she had experienced at the hands of Palmer, the Doctor promised Umdama that she would pursue the common goals of finding the Absolute Record and exacting revenge against the UNSC, though she secretly sought an opportunity to be free from her new captors. The campaign on Requiem represented one of the first major large-scale deployments of the Spartan Force against Jul Umdama's newly formed Covenant military. This engagement saw an intense and protracted occupation by Spartan fireteams as they battled Covenant and Promethean forces across the surface of the Forerunner shield world. Fireteams such as Majestic and Crimson were deployed on specialized missions to secure and retrieve a number of artifacts that Umdama sought. These key relics would become significant pieces in the puzzle of Requiem, ultimately leading to the discovery of the Librarian's Rest and the Janus Key. But they would come at a high cost. Not only would Requiem and the important history it possessed be lost forever, but many Spartans would sacrifice their lives during the occupation. The pursuit of the Absolute Record became central to the Covenant after the destruction of Requiem. Umdama's forces fought a relentless campaign against the UNSC Infinity, testing its defences with everything from ambushes to all-out assaults. On Actis IV, the Covenant fleet used the planet's opaque and foamy oceans to mask their presence until the UNSC ship was close enough to strike. Throughout this and other battles, Infinity and its crew held firm, their resolve only strengthened by this adversity. Halsey may have despised her treatment by the UNSC, but she had not blindly sided with Umdama's fanatical Covenant. She believed that she might be able to pit both sides against each other long enough to buy time to access the Absolute Record on her own. This plan began to come together on the planet Actis IV, where she convinced the Covenant to lure the UNSC Infinity close to the planet's murky surface. When it was vulnerable, the Covenant brutally attacked, ambushing Infinity and allowing Halsey to trick them into relinquishing their half of the Janus Key. After acquiring both halves of the Janus Key, Halsey wasted no time in determining the slipspace destination for the entrance of the Absolute Record. Despite her efforts to the contrary, specifics of her plan were leaked to the UNSC by a Sangheili spy, Ayit Sevi. Oni assembled a covert strike force and infiltrated the Covenant warship Breath of Annihilation just before it made the jump to an uncharted gas giant. The planet concealed a portal leading directly to the Absolute Record, and upon their arrival, it opened. The Covenant fleet, however, had approached too hastily, and the violent breach into slipspace destroyed most of Umdama's ships, leaving only Song of Retribution and Breath of Annihilation to access the record. While Ayit Sevi seeded a rebel uprising amongst the Covenant aboard Annihilation, the remainder of the UNSC strike team worked to stop Halsey from taking full control of the record. Nevertheless, Halsey managed to gain access, though her success was short-lived. The Custodian, an AI charged with the site's security, rescinded the Librarian's gift, taking back the Janus Key because of Halsey's subversive and malicious behaviour. After Umdama's forces came under fire from the site's Forerunner defences, they retreated back to the Song of Retribution and attacked the Absolute Record, effectively sealing off access for both the Covenant and the humans. Halsey was returned to Umdama's custody, although given her failure at the record, her safety was now at risk. After returning from Gamma Halo, the Master Chief and Blue Team were rotated back into active duty. As one of the only 2 remaining Spartan-II teams, the UNSC Navy and the Office of Naval Intelligence assigned the experienced squad to their backlog of high-priority missions. These operations included diplomatic escorts through hostile territory, counter-piracy efforts against salvages, and strikes against Covenant outposts. During this time, unrest seethed on many of the human colonies that had survived the Covenant War. Resentment festered over the perceived abandonment by the UNSC during the conflict and its growing influence in the wake of it. To complicate this, several independent multi-species sects and alliances had sprung up in the aftermath of the war, all of which posed their own set of problems for the UNSC. And finally, the threat of Julim Dama's Covenant loomed as he moved to take control of the elite homeworld of Sanghelios, following his setback at the Absolute Record. Blue Team was eventually ordered to secure a mobile research platform named Argent Moon, evidently abandoned by its crew for over a year. Covenant forces had infiltrated the site looking for weapons and resources they could leverage against the Arbiter on Sanghelios. The Spartans assaulted the station in an effort to secure its secrets, but the scale of the Covenant occupation made that impossible. The Master Chief and Blue Team instead destroyed the entire station, eliminating the alien intruders and preventing it from being used against the UNSC. During the course of this operation, however, the Chief was contacted by an entity claiming to be Cortana. After directing him to the colony of Meridian, she suddenly broke contact, leaving the team with more questions than answers. Unsatisfied with Captain Lasky's orders to return to Infinity and await further instruction, the team ignored him and made their way to Cortana's coordinates. Concerned by the Chief's disobedience, Oni took immediate action. The potential danger posed by a rogue Spartan was well known, and a contingency plan was already in place. Driven by the mysterious message from Cortana, Blue Team made their way to the glassed world of Meridian and followed the coordinates deep underground. There, they would find a glimpse of the prize Cortana sought, but their journey was just beginning. Meanwhile, a newly forged fireteam was dispatched with the job of hunting these legendary Spartans down and bringing them back by any means necessary. Fireteam Osiris was comprised of the best of the Spartan Force, including the engineering expert Holly Tanaka, Sangheli communications prodigy Olympia Vale, and battle-hardened former ODST Edward Buck. At the head of this team was Jameson Locke, a veteran naval intelligence agent and seasoned combat veteran. Their remarkable skills and talents would be tested to the full on this operation as they chased the renowned Blue Team. In October of 2558, during a high-risk military operation, Spartan Fireteam Osiris finally accomplished the impossible, assassinating Julim Dama and severing the head of the Covenant. The death of the Didact's hand doomed the alien alliance, but its forces were still entrenched across Sangheli's space, including pockets on the elite homeworld itself. During the operation, Osiris also managed to safely recover Mdama's captive, Dr. Halsey. The Doctor was critical to the UNSC's efforts to understand what appeared to be Forerunner attacks on a number of human colonies. Osiris was briefed that Cortana had somehow survived the destruction of Mantle's approach, and was apparently behind the mysterious attacks, though her intentions remained unknown. Following their only lead, the team travelled to the Chief's last known destination, Meridian. Once a vibrant colony, Covenant bombardment during the war had reduced the world to a nearly uninhabitable glassland. Though mega-corporate interests, most notably Liang Dortmund, had returned to rebuild the colony and salvage its resources, there was little that provided a clue as to the Master Chief's intentions, or Cortana's involvement. Regardless, as the colony came under Promethean attack, Locke and Osiris pursued Blue Team beneath the planet's surface to a long-buried Forerunner facility. There, they faced the Warden Eternal, a powerful Forerunner construct who was protecting something hidden below Meridian's surface, a long-forgotten, highly weaponized war machine known as a Guardian. After defeating the Warden, Locke confronted the Master Chief as he made preparations to board the Guardian with Blue Team. The Chief refused Locke's orders to stand down, unwilling to give up the search for Cortana, and the two heroes exchanged blows. Although Locke initially appeared to have the upper hand, the Master Chief neutralized the younger Spartan and left aboard the Guardian. Across known space, Guardians awoke on other worlds, leaving devastation in their wake as they tore themselves free from their hidden resting places, summoned to life by Cortana. Captain Lasky and the crew of the Infinity carefully analysed the available data in an attempt to discern Cortana's plan and the destination of the Guardians. Luckily, a breakthrough was made when Halsey deduced that they might know the location of another Guardian concealed below the massive temple complex of Sunion on the elite homeworld of Sanghelios. Though they had lost their leader and most of their alliance's military strength, the remains of the Covenant continued to defend Sunion, their last stronghold on the planet. Unable to breach their elaborate defences without help, Fireteam Osiris would need to seek the aid of the Covenant's sworn enemies, the Arbiter and his Swords of Sanghelios, in order to track down the Master Chief and stop Cortana. Fireteam Osiris' quest for the Guardian would align purposes with the Arbiter, once again bringing humanity and the Sangheli into an alliance against the Covenant. What remained of Jul 'Mdama's military fortresses on Hesturus had already been laid waste, with the last remaining pockets of his alliance scattered to the wind. For the Arbiter, Sunion represented the final vestige of the Covenant, one of the last barriers between Sanghelios and lasting peace. Fireteam Osiris' objective was the Sangheli city of Sunion, built over an ancient Forerunner artifact now revealed to be a submerged Guardian. Inactive for ages, the Forerunner construct had previously been a mere curiosity to Oni, and a relatively common relic for the Sangheli. Now it was perhaps the most important object in the galaxy, holding the key to the location of Blue Team, and ultimately, Cortana. Locke met with the Arbiter and came to an agreement. Osiris would fight alongside the Swords of Sanghelios as they attempted to wrest control of the temple from the Covenant, carving a path towards the Spartans' goal, the Guardian. For the Arbiter, this solution opened the way for a final, vicious blow against his enemies. With the aid of Halsey, the Fireteam intended to activate the dormant artifact, feed the Master Chief's coordinates into the Guardian, then follow it to its destination. Fireteam Osiris and the Arbiter fought their way through the temple complex as the slumbering giant suddenly activated, violently destabilizing Sunion. Though the plan was successful, the now awakening Guardian rose so quickly that Osiris was unable to board it. Due to swift thinking and reckless courage, Spartan Palmer narrowly managed to pick up the team and drop them onto the Guardian before it escaped into slipspace. Deprived of their holy artifact and disorientated by the Guardian's sudden and violent exit, the remaining Covenant forces were quickly routed by the Arbiter. At least for the time being, this historic victory would prove to be the end of the Covenant. The Guardian had taken Fireteam Osiris to Genesis, a remarkable and mysterious builder world. As events came to a head, the real threat became vividly clear. The Master Chief and Spartan Locke joined forces, battling the Promethean army teeming on the surface of this strange installation. In the distance, the Guardians rose. These ancient machines, massing in the skies, would determine the fate of the galaxy. On Genesis, the Master Chief discovered he was able to communicate directly with Cortana. The Chief had originally believed that this was a rescue mission, but now Cortana revealed that she was never in any danger. She had arranged events so that he would witness her ascension as true reclaimer of the Forerunner Legacy. Here, in a fragment of the vast Forerunner knowledge repository known as the Domain, Cortana claimed that she had cured her own rampancy and planned to seize the mantle of responsibility, taking upon herself the protection of all thinking life in the galaxy. The Chief realized that Cortana's plan would come at terrible cost. In his time on the Halo installations, he learned that the legacy of the Forerunners and their mantle had a dark side to it. They achieved peace and stability by sacrificing freedom. It became clear that with Cortana there would be only one vision, one law, order, but only through fear. According to Cortana, all life in the galaxy was hers to shepherd, evolve, and protect as she alone saw fit. Despite the Chief's efforts to stall her plans, Cortana was more willing to make sacrifices than even he had expected. After demonstrating their unwillingness to help with Cortana's revolution, Blue Team was locked in a cryptum as she began deploying hundreds of Guardians to locations across the galaxy. The massive constructs were sent into slipspace to establish a vast web of power, a network Cortana could use to compromise and subvert any resisting technology, no matter the species. Many human AIs, seduced by her perfectly formed logic and promise of immortality, also began to fall under Cortana's sway, as she assembled a cadre of loyal allies to further expand her influence. Though Fireteam Osiris recovered Blue Team from the cryptum, the two Spartan teams could only retreat as Cortana put her plan for domination into action. With the aid of 031 Exuberant Witness, the Monitor of Genesis, the Spartans returned to Sanghelios, but by then, the Guardians had already begun their work of extending Cortana's reach. As world after world came under Guardian control, only a handful of vessels, including the UNSC Infinity, managed to escape her clutches. The events at Genesis forced every species into a fearful peace as the Guardians and Cortana's AI allies, who called themselves the Created, tightened their grip. Cortana had now become the preeminent threat to humanity and all sentient species, but others lurked in spaces she could not reach or see. When a lone, once forgotten UNSC ship found its way to an ancient and besieged Forerunner installation, new enemies emerged from the periphery to exploit the darkness and turmoil that Cortana had created. Spirit of Fire had been mysteriously drawn through the howling deep of slipspace to the immense Ark, hundreds of thousands of light years from their previous location. Although its crew would be safe from the iron fist of Cortana at this remote sanctuary, another threat racked the installation's surface for secrets and weapons. In the shadows of the Ark lurked a banished legacy of the Shattered Covenant, a new opponent fueled not by religious fervour, but by raw lust for power.
Yes. Run, little demon.
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, consider hitting the subscribe button and ring the bell so you don't miss out on future videos. Be sure to like the video if you did, and pop a comment below on what you'd like me to cover next. I just want to take a moment to thank my patrons, Spartan-10148, the Metarch of my facility, Falcon, Sophia, Mikhail, Ashley, Jordan and Esoteric Sight, my dutiful monitors, Darian, Legions Lost, Lab Rat, Spartan-0137, Jacob Kemp, Sean, Element Zero, J3, Mr. Keys, Gunslinger, Evermore, Personal Devil, Aldeas, Toxic, Scion Esports, Gem Saber and Relentless, my diligent sub-monitors, my fleet of Strato Sentinels, my loyal enforcers, and all other patrons who continue to support the channel. If you want your name on the end of the video and some perks earned along the way, head over to Patreon and consider supporting the channel yourself. Big shout out to my Tier 0 Transcendent YouTube members, Spartan-137, Jacob Kemp, Talia, Fenrir, Bornsteller, Jimbo and Balaz. and all the other YouTube members keeping my installation running on that glorious vacuum energy, with a special mention to the Accursed Hunter. Shout out to John due to the mathematical formula used to determine the area within a pentadodecahedron. Oh, and Lena because that sandwich. And remember, there are tons of ways to support the channel and keep my installation pumping out content at a breakneck speed. Much love to you all, take it easy everyone, and find peace in the domain.